Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Addressing Global Challenges. My name is Haekyung Shelley Choi, Program Management Assistant of the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is a part of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA.
My name is Samuel Dana. I'm an Associate Capacity Development Expert with the United Nations Project Office on Governance, which is part of the PIDG of UNDESA.
It is our great honor to be the MCs for today's program. Today, we have more than 100 participants from 23 countries joining us in person, and over 200 participants joining online through Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube, composed of national and local government officials, academia, the private sector, and CSOs. Let us now begin by watching a short video of introducing today's symposium.
The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is in grave jeopardy due to the multiple crises. The interlinked challenges call for effective governance and accelerated digital transformation. Governments must be agile and responsive to ongoing crises. Strategic foresight are enablers for anticipatory actions and forward-looking policies. Digital transformation is central to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Yet, digital transformation is not simply digitalization. It is more about people and process and change of culture. Without decisive action by the international community, the digital divide will become the new face of inequality, according to UN Deputy Secretary General Amina Mohammed. The success of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development hinges on the capacity to mobilize funding. Risk-informed governance is key to strengthening disaster risk reduction and resilience. Youth are innovators and change-makers in accelerating SDG implementation. We shall integrate young people into decision-making mechanisms. UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs has been pursuing a needs-based and demand-driven approach to capacity development. The Learning Lab will introduce the outcome of the second Capacity Needs Assessment. 2022 Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Addressing Global Challenges.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I have the singular honor and pleasure to invite Mr. Kyu-Chan Ko, Head of UNPOG, part of the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA, to moderate the high-level session. Shall we all welcome Mr. Kyu-Chan Ko with a big round of applause?
Thank you, Mr. Samuel Dana, for the kind introduction. Excellencies and distinguished guests, I am honored to welcome you to the 6th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating the Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Addressing Challenges. As you have seen in the video, this year's Regional Symposium aims to reflect on how best to equip public institutions with innovative solutions to address global challenges. Without further delay, I would like to officially begin the symposium. It is with great pleasure and honor to introduce the United Nations Under Secretary General for Economic and Social Affairs, Mr. Lee Junhwa, to deliver his opening remarks. USG Mr. Lee will deliver his video message.
Your Excellency, Mr. Sammy Lee, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. Your Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellency, Mr. Jong Beol-yu, Mayor, Incheon Metropolitan City, Republic of Korea. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is my honor to welcome you to this 6th Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation for Accelerating Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Addressing Global Challenges. I wish to convey my deep appreciation to the Ministry of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea and to the Incheon Metropolitan City for their excellent collaboration in organizing this important event. This year's Regional Symposium is taking place at a challenging time. Multiple global challenges are affecting the world today. The ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, climate change, cost of living crisis, geopolitical tensions, social unrest, growing hunger and poverty. These cascading interlinked emergencies spotlight, as never before in human history, the critical importance of effective good governance. More than ever, the world needs transformational leadership and a robust recommitment to the inclusive vision of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development if we are to overcome those existential threats. This regional symposium is an opportunity for Asia and the Pacific region to take stock of the challenges and explore the innovative solutions to rescue the SDGs. We must strengthen the risk-informed governance and resilience. We must redouble our investment in public servants through the training and harness the innovations of digital transformation. And we must revitalize multi-stakeholder partnerships for accelerating progress toward the Sustainable Development Goals. I'm therefore encouraged to note that this symposium will focus on how to strengthen inclusive, effective governance, build on the partnerships with the private sector, civil society organizations, and the whole of society approach to planning, problem solving, and improving people's well-being. Your consideration of the empowering tools, such as strategic foresight, is also a step in the right direction to explore the future challenges and opportunities. I'm confident that this regional symposium will help to drive accelerated progress on SDGs, and I look forward to this outcome. I thank you.
I thank Under Secretary General Mr. Lee for his wonderful remarks. Indeed, as we face multiple challenges, the world needs transformational leadership and strong recommitment to the inclusive vision of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Next, I have the great honor to introduce His Excellency, Mr. Sang-min Lee, Minister of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, to deliver his opening remarks. Minister Lee will deliver his video message.
안녕하십니까. 대한민국 행정안전부 장관 이상민입니다. 제6회 아시아 태평양 지역 SDGs 심포지움에 함께해 주신 UN 경제사회처 리준화 사무차장님, 반기문 재단의 반기문 이사장님, 그리고 귀한 발걸음을 해주신 여러분 모두 진심으로 환영합니다. 아울러 오늘 행사를 함께 개최하는데 뜻을 모아주신 인천광역시 유정복 시장님과 UN 가버넌스 센터 고규창 원장님께도 특별한 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 이번 심포지움은 지속 가능 발전 2030 의제 실행과 글로벌 과제 해결을 위한 효과적 거버넌스와 디지털 전환을 주제로 사흘간 진행됩니다. 세계는 지금 부의 불평등, 기후변화와 이로 인한 재난, 코로나19와 같은 새로운 전염병 출현 등으로 인해 전례 없는 위기에 직면해 있습니다. 최근 발표된 UN 대학의 연구 보고서에 따르면 상당수 개발도상 국가들이 자연재해와 코로나 팬데믹이라는 복합 위기로 인해서 상대적으로 더 큰 고통을 받고 있다고 합니다. 이러한 글로벌 위기와 난제를 극복하고 누구도 소외되지 않는다. 그러한 2030 지속가능 발전 목표를 달성하기 위해서는 그간 유엔과 국제사회가 함께 다져온 국제규범과 인권이라는 보편적 가치 아래 세계가 더욱 연대하고 협력해야 할 것입니다. 이번 심포지움에서 창의적이고 혁신적인 지혜를 모아 보다 진일보한 협력 방안이 논의되기를 기대합니다. 코로나19는 지난 3년간 세계의 큰 시련이었지만 동시에 글로벌 위기를 극복할 수 있는 새로운 기회도 주었습니다. 코로나19가 가져온 비대면 사회는 디지털 전환과 디지털 경제를 더욱 가속화하고 있고 이는 인류에게 새로운 혁신의 기회가 될 것입니다. 대한민국은 세계 최고 수준의 디지털 정보를 토대로 인공지능과 빅데이터와 같은 새로운 기술을 활용하고 민관 협력에 기반하는 디지털 플랫폼 정보로 전환 중에 있습니다. 이는 모든 데이터가 연결되는 디지털 플랫폼 위에 국민, 기업, 정부가 함께 문제를 해결하고 새로운 가치를 창출하는 협력적 패러다임의 혁신 정부입니다. 우리 정부의 이와 같은 노력과 혁신 사례들은 세계가 유엔의 지속가능 발전 목표를 달성하고 글로벌 과제들을 해결해 나가는 데에도 기여할 수 있을 것으로 생각합니다. 앞으로 대한민국의 경험을 국제사회와 더욱 폭넓게 공유해 나가겠습니다. 여기에 계신 여러분께서도 더 나은 미래로 함께 발전해 나가기 위한 구체적이고 창의적인 방안들을 모색해 주십시오. 다시 한번 어려운 여건 가운데서도 이번 심포지움에 참여해 주신 여러분을 환영하며 참석하신 모든 분들의 건강과 행운을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
I thank His Excellency Minister Lee for his insightful remarks and for highlighting solidarity among countries and societies and provisional opportunities are catalysts to the SDGs. Next, it is with pleasure that I introduce Mr. Jung Bong-yu, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, to deliver his opening remarks. Mr. Yu, we deliver his video message.
여러분 반갑습니다. 인천광역시장 유정복입니다. 2022년 리저널 심포지움에 참석해 주신 리준화 유엔 경제사회처 사무차장님과 영상으로 함께해 주신 이상민 행정안전부 장관님, 그리고 반기문 전 유엔 사무총장님과 고규창 원장님을 비롯한 이 자리에 함께해 주신 모든 분들을 진심으로 환영합니다. 이번 심포지움은 지속가능 발전 2030 의제 이행 가속화와 글로벌 과제 해결을 위한 효과적인 거버넌스 구축, 디지털 전환을 주제로 진행됩니다. 지속가능 발전 목표를 구현하는 데에는 이제 국가와 도시의 경계가 없습니다. 전 세계 국가와 지방정부, 이해 당사자들이 협력적 파트너 정신으로 행동해야 할 때입니다. 인천시는 지난 2014년부터 인천 지속가능발전 기본계획을 수립하고 공동의 여정에 선제적으로 나선 바 있습니다. 과감한 혁신과 디지털 전환을 행정 현장에서 구체화하고 실현해 나가기 위해 더욱더 과감하게 나아가겠습니다. 지속가능 발전 목표 달성을 위한 국제사회 가치를 실현함은 물론 앞으로도 국제사회와 긴밀한 협력과 연대를 통해 더욱 효과적이고 포용력 있는 거버넌스를 실현하고 확대해가기 위해 온 힘을 다할 것입니다. 오늘 이 자리가 지속가능 발전 목표 달성을 위한 다양한 경험을 공유하고 함께 밀어나가는 소중한 기회가 되길 바랍니다. 다시 한번 2022년 리저널 심포지엄 개최를 축하하면서 참석해 주신 모든 분들의 건강과 행복을 기원합니다. 감사합니다.
I thank Mr. Yu for his message and for his assurance that Incheon will continue to cooperate and lend its support toward the sustainable development of the international community. Next, it is my esteemed honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Nishis Keopania, Vice Minister, Ministry of Home Affairs of Lao PDR, to deliver his official remarks. Please welcome His Excellency Mr. Keopania with a big round of applause.
Respect His Excellency Lee Junhua, United Nations Under Secretary General for the Economic and Social Affairs. His Excellency Sang-Min Lee, Minister of Interior and Safety, Republic of Korea. His Excellency Ban Ki-moon, 8th United Nations Secretary General. His Excellency Chung Bok-yu, Mayor, Incheon Metropolitan City, Republic of Korea. Mr. Kyu Chang-ko, Head of United Nations Project Office on Governance. Representative of the Republic of Korea, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Cambodia, Vanuatu, Malawi, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning for everyone in this morning and online. It is a great honor for me on behalf of the Lao government to participate in the high-level opening session of today's symposium. And we really appreciate for your warm welcome. I myself would like to thank very much to UNPOG for inviting me to this symposium as my second time for this important event in the same place as Songdo Convention in Incheon Metropolitan City, where were organized in November 2019. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very glad to be here again with you all. For my remark today, I would like to begin by introducing the brief background of the governance reform in Laos regarding to the effective governance and digital transformation. For effective governance, Lao government has strong effort to improve the public service delivery system, introducing the one-stop shop model, as in Lao we call one-door service center, or ODSC. ODSC is one example to deliver effective services and create more accessibility for the citizens. However, for more effective and faster service, ODSC is required to be more digitalized. Therefore, due to the previous reason, smart ODSC were established to transform the traditional working system to more digitalized in the public sector, which is supported by UNDESA, UNPOG, and UNDP. In this regard, I would like to appreciate UNDESA and UNPOG for your support to the smart ODSC in Laos. Ladies and gentlemen, to accelerate implementation of sustainable development by 2030 agenda, digital transformation is increasingly and widely required in the public sector and in the society. However, we are also facing some challenges, such as, firstly, the technology has developed rapidly, but in my country, Laos, the most people is a limited capacity to catch up the development of technology, especially government officials themselves are difficult using new application of the technology. Secondly, the infrastructure of technology compliant based is still not enough across the country, especially in the remote area in the country. And thirdly, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we are facing the negative impact to the economics of the country. Those are the challenges that we are facing right now. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time is limited, I would like to end my remark here, and we'll discuss more during my presentation this afternoon. Finally, I would like to congratulate United Nations Project Office on Governance and Ministry of Interior and Safety of Republic of Korea and all relevant organizations for hosting this meaningful event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the inspiring official remarks. Going forward, it is my absolute privilege to invite Ms. Sune Park, member of the Committee of the Experts on Public Administration, Professor, Graduate School of Public Administration, Seoul National University, to deliver her official remarks. Please welcome Ms. Sune Park with a big round of applause.
Excellencies and distinguished speakers, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my great pleasure and honor to join you today at this Regional Symposium, Effective Governance and Digital Transformation. As a member of Committee of Experts on Public Administration, I would like to introduce key message of SEPA 21st session, which held last April in New York, and then suggest several issues we should pay attention to for accelerating implementation of 2030 agenda. First of all, we SEPA emphasized the role of government. Governments should strengthen their public institutions and social, physical, and technological infrastructure while making economies more resilient, agile, to be better prepared to manage potential risks and shocks. This requires political will, a change of mindset, and the sound of management of public resources. As we all know, none of the institutional building objectives to support the SDGs could be attained without ensuring that COVID-19 had been well contained, while addressing in particular the plight of the poor and other vulnerable groups, supporting the weakest countries and leaving no one behind. Especially, the committee underscored that digitalization of government and society continue to offer immense opportunities to leapfrog development, improve public service delivery, combat corruption, reduce inequalities, and improve state-citizen relations if it was managed in a fair, ethical, and people-centered manner. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot live with yesterday's logic to deal with the most considerable disruptive transformation since the COVID-19 outbreak. As we see, emerging challenges and crises are reshaping the world. To prepare future, governments need new ways to deliver public services and connect to all stakeholders. Because the nature of the crisis unprecedented, governments around the world had to make paradoxical trade-offs between different types of crises, such as health versus economic pressures, or individual freedom versus social safety, which cast more fundamental questions regarding the role of government. This pandemic has also accelerated in the advance of the future of government. Governments have turned to digital technologies as essential tools in that response, resolving socioeconomic repercussions in the short term and reinventing government operations in the long term. The importance of technology is growing more than ever in delivering public service with the emergence of artificial intelligence and big data. At the same time, governments are being required to tackle more complex and wicked problems, such as the decline in jobs that humans can do in the era of the fourth industrial revolution and the deepened gaps between the rich and poor. Therefore, I hope we, as researchers and experts, will be able to share our experiences, perspectives, and various empirical researches through this symposium, so we can begin to address these critical issues and discuss potential answers to meet the unprecedented challenges for our governments. I believe the symposium would be a good venue for accelerating implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and addressing global challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sune Park, for your insightful remarks. Now, it is my great pleasure to invite Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, MP convener of the National Parliamentary Task Force on SDGs of Pakistan, to deliver her official remarks. Please welcome Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam with a warm round of applause.
Thank you very much. Honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lee, United Nations Under Secretary General for Economics and Social Affairs, His Excellency Mr. Sang Min Lee, Minister for the Interior and Safety, Republic of Korea, Mr. Yu, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, Republic of Korea, Mr. Nishiti, His Excellency Mr. Muhammad Sharif, Minister of State, Environment, Climate Change and Technology from Maldives, Honorable Mr. Sabar Chaudhry, Honorary President of IPU, MP of Bangladesh, worthy members and delegates from the Asia Pacific countries and those who have joined online, a very pleasant good morning to all the dignitaries. I'm delighted to see and welcome a committee of seasoned legislators and experts who have joined us and from the countries of Asia Pacific region to ponder upon the challenges that we face in the post-COVID-19 world about the implementation of sustainable development goals as part of our responsibility to ensure inclusive development of our people. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development manifests that every country must adhere to the national realities, circumstances, and capacities, as meeting one size for all is not a qualification for mainstreaming SDGs. The Asia-Pacific region is a mix of countries that provide role models in public policy about important sectors of human development. It is essential to see that before implementing SDGs, what are the countries' existing policies and commitments as per their national plans and strategies including the commitments under their national constitutions and their international agreements, including the United Nations Human Rights Convention. Excellencies and ladies and gentlemen, the Regional Symposium is taking place against the backdrop of a public health emergency and unprecedented impact, record levels of displacement triggered by conflict and extreme weather events, fossil fuel emission above pre-pandemic levels, the threat of a global recession and rising prices for food, fuel, and fertilizer, which could cause widespread food insecurity and social unrest. The Asia-Pacific countries have to follow a cohesive and collaborative approach of SDGs. In this contest, I will urge the worthy participants to elucidate and deliberate upon the following key areas during the course of your two-day deliberations. Firstly, reviewing the existing national plans. It is imperative that the states do a reassessment of their existing national plans and strategy paper in wake to changed reality after COVID pandemic. Thus, identifying any gaps or areas of change and detailing the existing plans at national, provisional, and local levels compared against global SDGs requirements, and identifying gaps therein forming a basis of change. Secondly, setting relevant targets. Countries should set their customized targets nationally, inclusively of SDGs that can be achieved under the 2030 agenda. Lastly, the most important, I believe, is cohesive thinking. Formulating plans and strategies applying the integrative thinking of all relevant areas of governments, as well as engagement of, which is very important, of legislators, governments, and the corporate sector is essential to incorporate and transform a consensus on national recommendations from the above steps into the strategies plan with ambition. Commitment and, above all, a passion expressed and believed by all stakeholders to ensure resources and capacities. Similarly, I will call upon the participating members' country the implementation mechanism. Tiers of governments, that is the national, state, and local levels, also need to be aligned in a way to ensure that strong policies and programs can deliver better results. In this context, I suggest the legislators and experts present in this imperative session must utilize the opportunity to discuss in detail some of the key factors that must be followed in creating an enabling environment for making the SDGs an integral part of national policy making. Firstly, the highest planning body, the federal national government's ministries concerned with devising strategic long-term development policy and plans, must commence a review of the existing plan framework in the light of SDGs. Secondly, improve the data quality to ensure accuracy, completeness, coexistency, and reliability, as the quality of data is critical for informed decision making and resource allocation. Different types of survey are required to feed into the planning process for the implementation of SDGs, such as the latest national census data, labor force survey, and social and living standard survey. A systematic approach can enable to undertake of an assessment of existing laws related to SDGs, to conduct a comprehensive laws reform to provide for the implementation of national development priorities by SDGs targets. The Agenda 2030 declaration recognized the essential role of national parliaments through their enactment of legislations and adoption of budgets and their role in ensuring accountability for the effective implementation of SDGs commitments. Members of parliament are exclusively placed to act as a bridge among the people and the state's institutions to advocate and endorse people-centered policies and legislations to make sure that no one is left behind. Ladies and gentlemen, I will conclude my submission with very relevant experts from the historic inaugural address by the father of our nation, the Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah, on 11th August 1947 to Pakistan's first Constituent National Assembly, which clearly emphasized the top priority of any government of the day. He said, and I quote, "The first and the foremost thing that I would like to emphasize is this: remember that you are now a sovereign legislative body and you have got all the powers. It therefore places on you that gravest responsibility as to how you should take your decisions. The first observation that I would like to make is this. You will no doubt agree with me that the first duty of a government is to maintain law and order so that the life, poverty, and religious beliefs of its subjects are fully protected by the state. And I unquote. These institutions enjoy unprecedented authority, which puts an enormous responsibility of the people to guide work with the government to ensure a better life and well-being of people as being the top priority. I would request you, Ndisa, it's a great opportunity for us which they provide, and I hope that they will be more successful to build this bridge, those who are sitting here, that how we can work together and build a strong relation. I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and wish this wonderful, wonderful and imperative regional symposium on effective governance and digital transformation on SDGs a complete success. Long live the fraternity and the friendship amongst all the parliaments in Asia-Pacific region. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for the motivating remarks. Next, it is my great honor to invite Mr. Sabah Chowdhury, Honorary President of the Inter-Parliamentary Union, MP of Bangladesh, to deliver his official remarks. Please welcome Mr. Sabah Chowdhury with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ko, and Assalamu alaikum and good morning. There have been a host of speakers today, so I will not try to name all of them again. Just say that all protocols are observed, and especially all of you who are here in person and those who are joining us again by virtue of the digital transformation through Facebook and YouTube. Let me just, I don't have a speech to read from, but I will just share a few thoughts because we'll be discussing in details over the next 2 days. So the SDGs are not in good shape. I think that's the first message we should all accept. If the SDGs are not in good shape, then we are in trouble and the world is in trouble. You know, the SDGs talked about delivering the world that we want. That world seems to be more distant than at any time in the past. If we look at the current trajectories, achieving SDGs by 2030 is looking very, very precarious. More likely, it's going to be 35 or even 40 years later. And with the recent, what we refer to as the 3 Cs, the 3 Cs being COVID, conflict, and climate change, the world has also changed enormously. The challenges that we face are even steeper than when we started with the SDGs. The SDGs, to begin with, were very aspirational, leaving no one behind. But it was a very strong statement of the global community that things had to change. And within the SDGs, of course, we have SDG 16, which is going to be relevant to the discussions that we have. And this was the first time that the global leadership acknowledged in their vision the very important role of accountable institutions to act as an enabler of sustainable development. And when we talk about the SDG 16, it is really about management of political power. How is political power leveraged? How it is used to bring the most benefits to the people of the world? I'm just coming from Sharm el-Sheikh, where we ended almost 16 days of intensive negotiations. There has been some progress, the loss and damage fund, but on one critical area, that of temperature increase, we are still under a lot of threat. The UN Secretary General described the current trajectories on climate change as a road to hell, because we are looking at about 2.8 degrees Celsius. Now, when that happens, ecosystems break down, law and order becomes an issue, you have huge displacement of people. So all of these will add to the challenges governments face in any event. So climate change continues to be a defining challenge of our times. We in Bangladesh refer to it as an existential threat. And it's not just climate change. It is the intensity and frequency of disasters. It is the loss of biodiversity. It is water stress. It is planetary boundaries being exceeded all the time. It is food security. So everything that we care for is now being endangered by climate change. So we need to act to get that right. And in terms of the challenges that we have, we are now halfway through Agenda 2030. So this is almost like a midterm review that we are doing. And the importance of parliaments as well as supreme audit institutions is going to be absolutely critical. We are the people who are holding our governments to account for the commitments they have made. So when we look at how we move forward, we have to look at why we didn't make the progress we did. I know it is very easy to blame COVID. It is very easy to blame the conflict in Ukraine and Russia. But the reality, the sad reality, is that we were behind in implementing the SDGs even before COVID came in. We started off with a funding deficit of $2.5 trillion when the SDGs were announced. And now the estimates are, because of COVID, because of everything else, that deficit is now closer to $5 trillion every year. So where do we get the funding? We may not get all the funding, which is why it is equally important that any funding that we have is used to the maximum. So getting the maximum buck, getting the maximum bang is going to be very, very important. And here over the next 2 days, we are going to deliberate on how we can make it a better world. Perhaps by 2030, we will not have the world that we want. But if there is a course correction and we set the foundations in place, then there is a good possibility that the world that we have today will be in much better shape when we leave it behind for the next generation. Let us all, those who are present in person, as well as those who are joining us through social media and virtually, let us all work towards that end. And I will say there are 3 or 4 particular areas that we should focus on. First, business as usual is not going to work. So we have to think, we have to innovate radically. That's number 1. Number 2, we have to measure what we do far more effectively than we have done. That's the accountability. Number 3, we need to partner and collaborate better. And the final one is political will, which acts as a glue to hold everything together. Those are the challenges that face us, and we need to rise to the challenge. Thank you very much, Mr. Ko, and also to UNPOG. Thank you.
Thank you for the insightful remarks. Finally, may I have the esteemed honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver his keynote speech. Mr. Ban will deliver his video message.
Honorable Lee Sang-min, Minister of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, Honorable Junhwa Lee, Undersecretary General of the United Nations Department of Economic and Social Affairs, it is my great privilege to speak to you today at this UN DESA Symposium on effective governance and digital transformation for accelerating implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and addressing global challenges. I take this opportunity to offer my congratulations on the organization of this symposium, which comes at a pivotal juncture for the Asia-Pacific region and our collective efforts to accelerate implementation on the SDGs. My gratitude goes to the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, DESA, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, and Incheon Metropolitan City for their hard work to prepare this timely symposium. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, today we are living in an unprecedented era of new and overlapping crises, as well as elevated global uncertainty. Geopolitical confrontation is intensifying, particularly between the United States and China. And Russia's illegal aggression against Ukraine represents one of the most dangerous moments for global security in decades. Simultaneously, ongoing COVID-19 pandemic continues to disrupt our economies, societies, and way of life. At the same time, our planet is on fire, literally and figuratively, as the climate crisis is deepening with the surging temperatures, rising sea levels, raging floods, and burning wildfires. Global crises such as armed conflict, COVID-19, and climate change have underlined our interconnectedness. They have also elucidated the fact that we need local and global solutions to address the challenges that we are facing now. And such solutions must be rooted in cooperation and partnership, and centered on enhancing sustainability, peace, health, and prosperity for all people everywhere. With this in mind, first, we must promote effective governance and build digital government capacities from cities to villages, from upper-income countries to the least developed, from communities plagued by war to those at peace. Humanity is facing cascading, intertwined, and complex challenges that are affecting all people. Since the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic broke out almost 3 years ago, it has threatened public health and destabilized global economy. Meanwhile, the fallout and transnational spillover of the war in Ukraine is currently impacting global development and severely burdening people at the local levels far from the front lines of the conflict. This has compounded the pre-existing socio-economic and environmental stresses stemming from COVID-19, climate change, inflation, and supply chain issues, and has resulted in multi-dimensional global crises. Such fallout is being acutely felt across the world, as Russia's weaponization of energy and food is putting dire pressure on both populations and leaders, raising the specter of conflict and civil strife. In view of this unfortunate reality, it is disappointing to see global community showing division rather than unity. In fact, soaring food and energy prices are pushing countries to take my country first in policies. In this context, the World Food Programme, WFP, wants that 1.9 billion people could face starvation or famine by 2023. As such, we must support the United Nations and others who are providing relief on the various front lines of the global food crisis. To cope with these oversized challenges, all of us must act as the first lines of defense and the bridge between local and global solutions. Collective efforts should be made to bolster health security at all levels in order to help people on the ground and persevere over existing threats, as well as to prepare for new ones in the current age of pandemic. Really, COVID-19 and other viruses of newly elevated concern, such as monkeypox, have exemplified that the climate crisis and pandemics are just two sides of the same coin and inherently intertwined. In this connection, second, we urgently need enhanced ambition and expedited action in the key spheres of climate mitigation, adaptation, innovation, and finance to implement the Paris Climate Change Agreement, achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and save our planet. The climate crisis is here and now. The global response remains critical. Therefore, we must resist the temptation to backpedal towards fossil fuels and instead accelerate the green transition despite the ongoing war in Ukraine. As such, acting now to urgently fight climate change must be the overarching priority, not only for us all, but also for our children's generation. Only by doing so will we be able to transform historic global commitments such as the Paris Climate Change Agreement and the UN Sustainable Development Goals into decisive local action. And these SDGs offer us a viable roadmap forward. Indeed, the SDGs represent humanity's ultimate objective for living in a shared community. Without the UN SDGs, we would be in a constant struggle. As Thomas Hobbes once described, I quote, "a war of all men against all men," unquote. And without their fulfillment, peace and human rights cannot be attained. As such, we should not neglect our solemn duty to accelerate the achievement of the SDGs. When we work on the agenda of the SDGs, we must remember ourselves of the closely interrelated aspects of climate change and sustainable development. Indeed, the climate crisis is negatively impacting the implementation of the SDGs. Unfortunately, progress towards the SDGs in the Asia-Pacific region has slowed as the COVID-19 pandemic and climate change have exacerbated its development challenges. The 2022 UN ESCA Progress Report on the SDGs highlights the sobering fact that this region is not currently on track to achieve any of the 17 goals. Furthermore, progress gap between the goals of the SDGs and their actual achievements by Asia-Pacific countries grows wider, and now the prospect of achieving the SDGs extends decades beyond 2030. In 2017, the estimated year to achieve the SDG was 2052, but by 2021, the estimated year was further postponed to 2065. This is an alarming signal to all of us living in this region. Yet it also elucidates the urgent need for enhanced regional collaboration and partnerships to ensure that no one and no country in any of the Asia-Pacific region is left behind as SDG progress stagnates or regresses. In fact, achieving the SDGs is much more urgent than ever, as we are facing multiple and overlapped geopolitical crises emanating from the illegal Russian invasion of Ukraine. In order to achieve the SDGs, first and foremost, we need a robust, all-hands-on-deck approach, where everyone joins together in partnerships to harness ownership and participation from all sectors of all societies. Crucially, we also need increased political will and policy changes on the part of public sectors to scale up investment, innovation, and action in such fields as education, health, social protection, and resilience. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I firmly believe that refocusing our unified efforts on achieving Goal 16 of the 2030 Agenda, which calls for effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels everywhere, is absolutely necessary, as SDG 16 is a true enabler of all of the other goals. SDG 16 is vital for elevating effective governance, strengthening resilience, realizing digital transformation, boosting inclusion, and accelerating sustainable development to help address both current and future global challenges. And there has never been a timelier juncture for key participants like you to elevate actions in order to achieve the UN's vision of peace and security, resilience, and sustainable development for all people and our planet. So today, I humbly call on you to redouble your efforts at all levels to promote government innovation and accelerate the digital transformation for all. Strengthen multi-stakeholder partnerships action with a view toward accelerating implementation of the SDGs. Fortify risk-informed governance and resilience in both the cities and local communities to advance meaningful and urgent climate action. And go further in empowering young people and women to accelerate SDG implementations, as they are the innovators and leaders of both today and tomorrow. As 8th UN Secretary General, I firmly believe that the SDGs still provide humanity and our planet with a collaborative blueprint to ensure the future we want. And public officials like you are well positioned not only to accelerate the SDGs and steer your countries, the region, and our world to new heights, but also to synergize the power of multi-stakeholder partnership among governments, businesses, and civil society. Your role is essential. With your vision and action, I'm confident that we can forge a more sustainable, peaceful, inclusive, resilient, and prosperous world for all. I once again warmly congratulate you on the opening of this 2022 UN DESA Symposium and wish it a great success. Thank you for your attention. 감사합니다.
Let us thank you, Mr. Ban, for the very stimulating word. This concludes the high-level opening session. I turn the floor back to the MCs. Thank you.
Shall we give a big round of applause to Mr. Ko for such a wonderful moderating of the high-level session? So now I would like to, this is the photo section, and I would like to invite these people to the front row for the first photo session. Then every one of us will also join as part of the inclusive process. So I would like to invite the first 4 speakers to join Mr. Ko at the podium for the photo section. So may I invite Vice Minister Mr. Kupanya, Ms. Park, Ms. Alam, Mr. Chowdhury, and Mr. Ko to take the first photo, please. Whilst they come, let's also get ready. After their photo, then we all come together to join them. Okay, whilst they remain standing, please remain standing, please. Let's all come together and join them in the bigger group photo. Let's all come together, please. Come to the podium and let's have a beautiful photo session for this symposium. So participants who were sitting in the first front row, kindly stand in the first row. And likewise, for participants who were seated in the second row and third row, please stand in the second and third rows. So let's have a well-organized. So we can stand in front, behind, so we can, yes. Please come together. Let's all come here. Yes, please join him. Please, those are the seats, kindly come over. We still have some of us in the seats. Can we join? Okay, let's all look to the main camera. Cameramen and women, if you are taking it, give us a signal so that we get ready. Maybe we may want to take off our masks for just this moment. Afterwards, then we protect ourselves again. Okay, let's all watch the camera. Okay, whilst we try to take our seats, we just want to usher in the setting the scene session. Ladies and gentlemen, the setting the scene session begins right away. May I respectfully ask you to take your seats whilst we invite the moderator for this session. Please kindly take your seats. Okay, I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator for this session. The moderator for this session is Ms. Adriana Alberti. She is the Chief of the Program Management and Capacity Development Unit of the Division of Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA. Ms. Adriana, you have the floor. Let's welcome our moderator with a big round of applause.
Thank you very much, and good morning to the audience in Korea, and also good evening to those who are joining us from New York. Distinguished speakers and participants, thank you very much for joining us, both in person but also online, for this Setting the Scene session. I will be the moderator for this session, which will focus on global and regional trends, challenges, and opportunities for achieving the SDGs with a particular focus on SDG 16. The session will examine the global and regional progress of SDG implementation, what measures are necessary to correct course, and the options that are available if the world is to achieve the 2030 agenda. The session will also highlight findings of the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022, how interlinked crises are putting humanity's own survival into question. It will also share the latest findings of the World Public Sector Report and key messages from the VNR Synthesis Report, the Voluntary National Reviews Report, along with conclusions from UNPOC's second capacity needs assessment. These topics, ladies and gentlemen, will be covered by an outstanding lineup of 7 speakers and 1 video presentation. Each speaker is allocated 7 minutes. If time permits, we will have a short Q&A session where I will open the floor to participants in the audience that are present there in Korea, as well as online participants. I will also kindly ask all speakers to keep to your allotted time. And just for your information, all the presentations that will be delivered in this session will be made available on the DPIDG UNPOC website. And you will also find there the booklet with the biographies of each speaker. Now, without further ado, let me invite our first speaker, Ms. Yeon-ji Min. She's the chief of the SDG Monitoring Section, Statistics Division in the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, UNDESA. Ms. Min's presentation will focus on how global trends are affecting the achievement of the SDGs across the regions, particularly how they are impacting SDG 16. Ms. Min, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much to the organizer of the symposium for inviting me to talk about the global trends, challenging, and the opportunity for achieving the SDGs with a slight focus on SDG 16s. So next slide, please. So based on our latest report, the Sustainable Development Goals Report 2022, it shows that the SDGs are in grave jeopardy due to multiple cascading and intersecting crises, with COVID-19, climate change, and conflicts predominating. According to the latest data presented in the report, the COVID-19 pandemic has wreaked havoc across most of the goals. More than 4 years of progress in elevating poverty has been wiped out, pushing 93 million more people worldwide back into extreme poverty in 2020. An estimated 147 million children missed more than half of their in-person instruction over the past 2 years. The pandemic has severely disrupted essential health services, triggered an increase in the prevalence of anxiety and depression, lowered global life expectancy, and derailed progress towards ending HIV/AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria. Concurrently, the world is also witnessing the largest number of violent conflicts since the World War II, with 1/4 of the global population now living in conflict-affected countries. As of May 2022, over 100 million people have been forcibly displaced from their homes. The war in Ukraine has caused food, fuel, and fertilizer prices to skyrocket, further disrupt supply chains and the global trade, robbed financial markets, and threatened global food security and aid flows. Humanity is also on the verge of a climate catastrophe, and its impacts are already being witnessed and felt by billions of people across the world. In 2021, energy-related CO2 emissions rose by 6%, reaching their highest level ever, and completely wiping out pandemic-related declines. On the current voluntary national commitments for climate action, greenhouse gas emissions are predicted to rise by nearly 14% by 2030. And next slide, please. This is a video. I don't know if you can show the video, or probably cannot hear the sound. So this short video shows a few selected indicators on goal 16. For more information, you can visit, read our latest report. Next slide, please. The brunt of the cascading global crisis impacts the poorest and the most vulnerable the most. Women struggle with a lost job and livelihood, derailed schooling, and increased burden of unpaid care work at home. Meanwhile, existing evidence also suggests that violence against women and girls has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Child labor and child marriage are on the rise. Although the report paints a very sobering picture regarding the state of the SDG, there are some positive trends. The number of internet users surged by 782 million to reach 4.9 billion people in 2021. Most industries using medium and high technology have already returned to the pandemic production levels. To stay ahead of the crisis, we need to understand where we are and where we are headed. So timely, high quality, and disaggregated data can help trigger more targeted responses, anticipate future needs, and help the design of urgently needed actions. This will require significant investment in our data and information infrastructures. Next slide, please. The severity and magnitude of the challenges before us will require accelerated global scale action that is committed to and follow the SDG roadmap. The global community must work together to end armed conflicts, adopt low carbon, resilient, and inclusive development pathways, transform the international financial and debt architecture, and invest in data. So the crisis has forced new ways of thinking and opened up new opportunities. For instance, the COVID-19 responses have speeded up the adoption of digital technologies and led to the embracing innovative approaches. The roadmap laid out in the SDG is clear, just as the impacts of a crisis is compounded when they're linked, so are the solutions. So when we take action to strengthen social protection systems, improve public services, and invest in clean energy, for example, we address the root cause of increasing inequality, environmental degradation, and climate change. So we know the solutions, and we have the roadmap of the SDGs to guide us in weathering the storms and coming out stronger and better together. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ms. Min, for setting the stage and on the global trends, major challenges, but also some opportunities to accelerate action. Let me now welcome our second speaker of this session, Mr. David Leblanc. He's the Chief of Institutions for Sustainable Development Goals branch in the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government of UNDESA. Mr. Leblanc will share with us some of the key findings from the latest World Public Sector Report, with a focus on changes that have occurred in institutional arrangements to implement the 2030 Agenda since 2015. Mr. Leblanc, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thanks for putting the presentation up. Distinguished participants, good morning, and thanks to the organizers for inviting me to speak at the symposium. I will quickly address 2 points. First, global trends in national institutional arrangements for SDG implementation since 2015. And second, recent trends in monitoring, follow-up, and review of the SDGs at the national level. Next slide, please. So since 2015, we're seeing a broadening and deepening institutionalization of the 2030 Agenda in both developing and developed countries. And since 2015, most countries have effected institutional changes in many different areas. For example, the adoption of legal and regulatory frameworks, the alignment of national and subnational strategies and plans with the SDGs, and the creation of SDG implementation roadmaps, the creation of structures in government for piloting and coordination, working groups, networks, the development of national monitoring, follow-up and review systems, and the engagement with stakeholders around SDG implementation. Next slide, please. So how can one measure the extent and speed of institutional transformation in this area in a way that is comparable across countries? In the World Public Sector Report 2021, we looked at what we called 9 milestones, defined as the first time a specific institutional event happens in a country. And specifically, we looked at the following milestone. The first time the government published a national sustainable development strategy or national development plan based on the SDGs. The first time the government published an SDG implementation roadmap that presents how the country is planning to implement the SDGs until 2030. The first time a high-level institutional mechanism was established to coordinate SDG implementation. The first time a set of agreed national SDG indicators is published. The first time the government reports on SDG implementation at the national level, either through a voluntary national review or an SDG progress report. The dates of the launch of a dedicated central online portal operated by the government with information on the SDGs and not only indicators, etc., etc. So we have 9 milestones, and this first figure here shows you how many countries out of 24 that we looked at had met this milestone by the end of 2020. And as you can see, by that date, all countries in our sample had reported at least once on national progress on the SDGs. All countries but one had established a national coordination structure for SDG implementation. And all but one had been publishing national SDG indicators. At the other end of the spectrum, less than half of the countries had published an SDG roadmap. Parliament and the Supreme Audit institutions were involved in only a bit more than half of the countries. Next slide, please. So now we can see how fast countries in our sample move to implement those changes across time. So on this first slide, you see that by the end of 2016, most countries had reached 1, 2, or 3 of the 9 milestones, with the mode of the distribution being 2. Next slide, please. By 2018, the distribution has shifted to the right, with most countries having reached between 3 and 7 milestones. Next slide, please. And by the end of 2020, all countries but one had reached more than 5 milestones, with 7 countries having reached 8 or 9. Next slide, please. So on this figure, the same data is represented, but year by year. And as you can see, no clear pattern emerged in terms of timing of the various institutional changes, apart from a very clear effort early after the adoption of the 2030 agenda to set up high-level coordination mechanisms for SDG implementation. Next slide, please. Earlier this year, we used the same methodology to examine institutional developments in the 46 least developed countries. And the analysis revealed similarities and differences with the global trends that I just presented. First, on average, the achievement of specific milestones was slower in least developed countries than in other countries. In terms of similarities, we found that the rapid and almost universal creation of high-level coordination mechanisms for SDG implementation was also observed in LDCs. Also, the fact that most countries had published at least one voluntary national review report since 2015. But in terms of difference, we noted a lower level of engagement of civil society in SDG follow-up and review, very few LDCs having created government-managed central SDG hubs with information that goes beyond SDG indicators. And for several LDCs, the fact that information on institutional arrangement is not available or very difficult to find on the web, which suggests an obstacle to raising awareness of the SDGs in the broader public. To conclude on this, institutional change takes time, and 5 years after the beginning of the SDGs, or 6 years now, countries are still institutionalizing them in their natural context. Next slide, please. So let me now move to global trends in national monitoring, review, and follow-up systems for the SDGs. Here too, we are witnessing increased institutionalization. Institutional settings for SDG monitoring and follow-up are very diverse. Perhaps the most publicized aspects of changes since 2015 has been the progress made on SDG indicators and data. But as we already heard, there has been challenge in terms of data limitation, lack of availability, and the difficulty to define relevant national indicators. And the COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted national statistical systems, including data collection systems for SDG monitoring. In terms of reporting, the global process of voluntary national reviews, as I already mentioned, has seen a broad take-up. And this has created traction at the national level and often spurred moves from governments to produce regular progress reports. In terms of independent evaluation of national SDG implementation, this is still very rare. One exception is Finland, which has institutionalized independent evaluation once every 4 years, and the first evaluation was published in May 2019. Finally, in terms of the involvement of national oversight institutions, we found that the role of parliaments in overseeing SDG implementation is very uneven across countries, with different institutional settings for SDG oversight in parliament. And we found few examples of regular reporting of progress from governments to parliament. Next slide, please. So to conclude on monitoring and evaluation, we find 3 critical dimensions where gaps still exist. The first is a lack of integration of SDG monitoring evaluation system with other existing monitoring and evaluation systems. The second is the lack of integration between SDG monitoring and follow-up and performance systems that already exist, for example, budget-wise. And the third one is the lack of feedback loops from evidence on data on SDG progress to inform policy making. Next slide, please. So thank you very much. I invite you to consult the World Public Sector Report and the LDC updates that you can find on our website. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that very inspiring and comprehensive presentation. Before we move on to the next speaker, we would like to ask whether there is someone in the audience that has any questions for the previous two speakers. I think that Ms. Alam, the State Minister and MP of Pakistan, had a question in the audience. If colleagues could give her the floor, please.
Lee Blong, as he said about the parliamentary, I'm going through with his slides. So I want to ask him, as he mentioned a lot about the parliamentary involvements and engagements, I would request what sort of a toolkit which they are looking forward, because in the parliaments, of course we know that the parliamentarians need to have lots of research, lots of data, which is somehow we've been lacking behind. As myself, we got a few challenges in that. So is there any sort of a toolkit which you are planning for as from Forum of the UNDISA, or in which sort of engagements you are planning in the future in which they can help more? And another thing, a part of that every region, of course we know that there are 9 regions. I believe every region have a different issues, different problems. So is UN is planning to come up with a regional sort of solutions towards the issues? So my question is on that. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. I suppose this question is to David.
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, Adriana. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your question. I think on parliamentary involvement in the SDG implementation, there are toolkits that already exist. I think there is a toolkit done by IPU and UNDP, which is available on the website. And there might be other materials depending on which region or which country you look at. I mean, they are not necessarily all in English language, but I think IPU has been quite active on in this area. And regarding the need for regional solutions on SDG implementation, be it in relation to parliaments or other actors, I think there is a lot of capacity building efforts going on, including by the Division for Public Institutions and Digital Government in UNDESA. And I think this will be explored perhaps later today or in coming days in the symposium itself. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we will now then move to our next speaker. And we will still have a few questions at the end of the session as well. Our next speaker is Ms. Rike Munk Hansen. She's the Chief Economic and Environmental Statistics of the Statistics Division of UNESCAP. Ms. Hansen will provide an in-depth look at Asia-Pacific trends, challenges, and opportunities for achieving the SDGs. Ms. Hansen, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Adriana, and ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor and a pleasure for me to be able to address the symposium today. So a warm good morning to me from Bangkok in Thailand, where I am based and where ESCAP, the organization I work with, is also based. What I will do is to dig a little deeper into progress assessment towards the SDGs. So in that sense, I think what I will say will complement what we've just heard from the 2 previous speakers quite well. What I will outline is progress towards the SDGs in Asia and the Pacific, and I will dive a little bit deeper into data gaps and some of the tools that exist for addressing these gaps going forward. Next slide, please. So what you see on this slide is an overview of progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals in Asia and the Pacific. And this was the analysis that His Excellency Ban Ki-moon addressed in his opening this morning. And what you see here is an overview that basically tells us that the Asia-Pacific region is not on track to achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals at least as things are looking right now. The vertical black line here in the chart is where we should be in 2022 had we been on the road to achieve the targets. And what you see in terms of the blue lines is for each target where we are at the moment. You will see here also that a few of the blue lines are shaded, and that is an indication that we do not have sufficient evidence to properly assess the progress towards those targets. And for this particular symposium, what's important to note here that one of those shaded lines is the blue line towards achieving SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. And that is, of course, a worry. In addition to not being on track to achieving that target, we also struggle with getting sufficient evidence to even measure progress towards the target. I'll also just direct your attention to two of the lines that are red, not blue. Those indicate that not only are we not on track to achieving goals 12 and 13, the sustainable consumption and production and climate change, we are actually regressing as a region. So at the moment, trends are taking us away from these two goals, not towards achieving them by 2030. Next slide, please. What you see here is a similar picture, an overview of progress also, but what we've done here is to dive into the various targets under each goal. Please click down. Thank you. What I have taken out here are the green dots, which are very few and far between of the picture you just saw. The green dots mark the targets that with current trends will be achieved by the target date. Click down again. What you see now is an addition of what is colored yellow in the slide, and those are the targets that have a trend that takes us the right direction, but progress is just not happening fast enough. So we need to accelerate progress if we are to achieve those targets. Click down again. What you see here is then the targets where the current trends are actually taking us away from what we aim to achieve. So here on these targets, we need to reverse the trends. Click down again. And finally, a lot of gray stuff here is added. And those targets are the targets that we still cannot measure simply because we do not have sufficient data to do what we consider a sufficiently robust assessment of the progress of those targets. And again, if we look at goals 16 and the two other goals that have less evidence, if you could just click down 1, 2, 3 times. Thank you. You will see here the last of the 3 goals here that now have a red box around it is goal 16. And you will recognize again here that we have a goal with a lot of gray stuff, really telling us that goal 16 should be a focus of attention for anyone involved in improving the basis of evidence in terms of data. Next slide, please. So let us look at those data gaps. And again, click down 3 times, please. Okay, so I just wanted to highlight again the 3 goals with less evidence. It's the goal on gender equality, the goal on life below water, and then goal 16, which is of our particular interest here. You will see here that we have a few indicators under this goal that have sufficient data for ESCAP to be able to assess progress. We have a very large number of indicators where we have some data, but not enough. Anyone who's trying to assess any kind of progress will know that in order to say anything about a trend, you need at least 2 data points. And this really indicates that we don't have 2 data points for a sufficient number of countries in Asia and the Pacific for us to be able to assess this. And then finally, you see the gray part of this line is where there's absolutely no data at all. And one of those indicators under this target where there's absolutely no data, and that actually goes globally, not only for Asia and the Pacific, is the target that relates to illicit financial flows, which is one of the areas ESCAP is currently working on, trying to develop measures and also test them through implementation. This is work that's done in collaboration with UNCTAD and UNODC. Next slide, please. So what can we do together? And this may also respond at least partially to the question that came from the floor just before. At ESCAP, we are working very actively with countries to strengthen statistics for measuring progress towards the Sustainable Development Goals, but also we have a number of tools that are designed to really help develop sound indicators for national planning and monitoring as a collaboration between line ministries and statistical offices. And this tool is called EPIC, is the one you see to the left in this slide. And I'll be very happy to share some more information and links in the chat here for everyone to be able to see. We are also working specifically with an analytical tool so that it's possible to replicate what I have just shown for the whole Asia Pacific region at the country level. And the tool for doing that is the National SDG Tracker, which is the second one listed on this slide. We then, in addition, have specific programs that are addressing the most prominent data gaps. I mentioned the illicit financial flows work. We also work on environmental and ecosystem accounting to address, for example, the lack of evidence for the goal on oceans, the life below water that I pointed to just earlier, and also in terms of leaving no one behind in general, which cuts across all the SDGs. We have a long-standing collaboration in Asia and the Pacific to strengthen civil registration. Next slide, please. And this is just briefly an overview of which countries in the region are currently working to implement the National SDG Tracker. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention and hand back to our moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Hansen, and you have made it very clear that the region is not on track to achieve the SDGs, and we also take note of the many gray areas on the SDG 16, but you also gave us some good insights on what efforts we can also embark on in the future. So thank you very much for that very comprehensive presentation as well. Now, let me invite the next speaker who is attending in person in Korea and who is representing the resident coordinator of Fiji, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. Ms. Neha Mehta is the Pacific Regional Lead for the United Nations Capital Development Fund. Ms. Mehta will provide an overview of the opportunities that exist in the Pacific to realize the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Ms. Mehta, you have the floor.
Binaka. My name is Neha Mehta. Bula Binaka is the greeting we use in Fiji, which means hello. I'm very delighted to be here today in person. I was sitting right there and was trying to focus on the screen, and I figured it's very hard. So it's good to be here in person, look at the faces. It was a long journey to get here, but very happy to be here. I think a lot has been spoken about Asia Pacific, but today I'm putting a spotlight on the Pacific. So while I cover the Pacific region for the Capital Development Fund, which tries to bring the missing piece, it's the only UN agency which brings the private capital in. My colleague from Bangladesh was talking about the financing gap, and that's exactly what Capital Development Fund is trying to achieve. There are a lot of challenges which I'm going to talk about today, and I hope the big takeaway is not the challenges, but the solutions. So before I commence my presentation, which could be a bit longer, so I will ask the crew here to give me a prompter when I achieve the time limit. Yeah. I would like to talk about 3 I's today, which is to ideate, because we are in a room full of talent. So it's very important that we put our brightest brain to to talk about ideas that can really shape the world. And the second is inclusivity. I am originally from India. I started my career in Singapore, and the minute I began my professional life in Singapore, I really understood the meaning of level playing field, being very equal to the men in the room. So I think once I moved to the Pacific, I feel that inclusivity is yet not there. So it's very important that every time we talk about gender equality, SDG 5, we always think about women, LGBTQ, and making sure leaving no one behind. And the last I want to focus on is innovation, because we have spoken a lot about digital era today. And I think COVID has been a big accelerator for digital transformation. And we all know the journey has to be from offline to online. So these are the 3 I's I want to focus on. Of course, there are a lot of challenges I'm going to talk about, but please make sure that this is not what you take away from the presentation. So my colleague from Asia, she spoke about how these SDGs are not on track. And if you look at the Pacific region specifically, you would see that a lot of these sustainable development goals are actually being stagnant or regressed. And I will give more flavor on why it is the way it is right now. We saw this slide before as well, and this is the joy for working for the UN. We all get data from the same source. So this is a slide that has already been covered. But let's talk about people. People resources are very important. And when we talk about the Pacific region, the beauty of this region is it covers 1/3 of the Earth's surface. Pacific Ocean is the largest water body in the world. So here we are, surrounded by the water at all times, and it's the people who really make the life exciting for the Pacific Island. So Pacific Island is blessed with the problem of dispersed population, because people are in the remotest of islands. And to give an example, a country called Nauru has a population of 10,000 people. It doesn't have a central bank. So these are the problems that we are looking at in the Pacific region. And there's a very weak social protection system in some of these countries. And oftentimes there is continued violence against women and girls, because Pacific is the hotbed of natural disasters. As we speak today, there could be any kind of climate disaster happening in the region, because November to Jan is the hotbed for all the natural calamities that happen in the Pacific region. And there is very little awareness and knowledge among people for sexual and reproductive health services. So while we look at the numbers, it's important that we also take a look at how it's been for gender equality. And it's a shame that in 2015, we set out the goal to achieve great level playing field for women. And while we are in 2022 looking at SDG 2030, we still haven't made much progress. Like I said, Pacific being the hotbed for natural disasters, and there is a lot of interest coming from different UN agencies to really partner and bring together solutions for the last mile. And I take a lot of pride in saying that UN Capital Development Fund has parametric insurance that really is a micro-insurance solution that helps Pacific Islanders achieve resilience and making sure no one is left behind during a climate disaster. So while we're looking at loss of biodiversity, coral reefs are getting bleached, and waste management lacking, there is a real need for us to think about life underwater, which is SDG 14. A lot has been spoken about the peace as well, and it's a gloomy picture in the Pacific because of the high cases of gender-based violence. The women in the Pacific Island face domestic violence more than twice the global average. And women in the Pacific have the highest unemployment rate. I know these stats don't really give a very bright feeling, but this is where the things stand in the Pacific region. And the access to justice and rule of law is also very low. And therefore, when it comes to the repair work or the damage control after the natural disasters, we have seen that women are also displaced, and the stats show that 80% of women who are displaced through climate change are never able to bounce back. So a lot of work for us in the region is focusing on making sure that we create resilient communities. Leaving no one behind, a lot has been spoken about partnerships, and it's a very important SDG goal for us because we work hand in hand with organizations such as UNDP, UNESCAP in the region to make sure that we really build resilient communities. So for prosperity, there is, the interesting fact is that demographic dividend is pretty amazing in the Asia-Pacific region, and it's getting better as we speak. But at the same time, there's a lot of focus on bringing in opportunities for the last mile, especially those who are young, who are now about to join the workforce, but there are not enough opportunities for them, especially in the post-COVID era. And I was reading this article that was talking about how e-commerce has taken over the world. A quarter of transactions these days are done online. So we are talking about having a digital means of shopping, of doing payments, and of making sure that we have a digital ID as well. And 1 in 5 women in the world don't really have an ID, forget a digital ID. So a lot of our work is focused on how we can create awareness and capacity building work with the government and the regulators. And at the same time, making sure that women have an ID, they have a collateral, and they can raise money easily. So this work speaks to bringing finance to women entrepreneurs and SMEs. And at the same time, when we talk about creating labor mobility, an interesting piece of work that we have done in the region is about digitizing the police certification, because a lot of Pacific Islanders move on to countries like New Zealand, Australia to work as seasonal workers. They pick strawberries and they do all sort of seasonal jobs. And for most parts, they have to travel for a day to get to the capital city and arrange for the police certificate. So the work that we're doing in the region is very special because it really makes it easier for people to go onto an app, key in their details, and arrange for the police certification. And I take a lot of pride in saying this because I come from a very humble background in India, and when I see these kind of work really changing lives, it makes me feel very elated. And talking about the infrastructure, again, going back to an article that I was reading, it talks about how the climate disasters actually affect the infrastructure, the mobile towers. And it goes on to say that 10% of the GDP is actually would be lost because of these natural disasters, because there is a huge damage to the infrastructure. So while we're talking about key challenges, and there is a lot of focus on blue economy and green economy as well, Fiji government is coming up with their blue bonds for the first time in 2023, and the money that is being collected through these bonds would actually go for positive coral reef businesses and also for making sure that we create resilient aqua farmer communities. So we are trying to
Thank
achieve...
you very much. I'm sorry, I apologize, but we have a host of speakers following,
Sure.
and but I'm sure that we will be able to see your PowerPoint, which will be available online. But thank you very much.
Thanks, Adriana. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. So now we have our next speaker. And let me now welcome Ms. Tonya Vaturi. She's the Sustainable Development Officer, Office of Intergovernmental Support and Coordination for Sustainable Development in UNDESA. She will be sharing some key findings from the Voluntary National Review Synthesis Report 2022. So over to you, Ms. Vaturi. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, dear colleagues, greetings from New York. It's my honor to participate in this panel session. The Office of Intergovernmental Support and Coordination for Sustainable Development within UNDESA provides substantive support to the high-level political forum on sustainable development and guides member states in preparing and presenting their voluntary national reviews. The VNRs are a comprehensive exercise that UN member states are encouraged to undertake in their efforts to monitor and evaluate national implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. So my contribution today will address the question of progress towards the 2030 Agenda by looking at some of the key messages from the VNRs this year and reflecting on what we have learned after 7 years of country reporting. The next slide, please. Since 2016, the annual presentation of VNR reports has become the centerpiece of the ministerial level segment of the HLPF held in July under the auspices of ECOSOC. This graph shows that as of today, a total of 292 VNRs have been presented at the HLPF. 187 countries out of the 197 member states of the forum have conducted at least one VNR, which represents a 95% reporting rate. Next slide, please. Here we can see the breakdown of VNR reporting status by region. As we're getting closer to universal reporting, what we can observe is that the VNRs are evolving over time as a tool for country-led reporting on SDG progress. The process of conducting a review and presenting the report at the HLPF has become increasingly useful, not only for other member states as a peer learning exercise, but also for all participants of the forum. Next slide, please. Okay, so in 2022, we had 44 countries presenting a VNR, with 11 reporting for the first time, 28 for the second time, 3 for the third time, and 2 for the fourth time. All countries this year reported on challenges they're facing due to the impacts of multiple global crises, which have been well defined by previous speakers. And now many of these VNRs describe these setbacks to progress in overcoming extreme poverty, food insecurity, and gender inequality, reported environmental devastation due to the worsening effects of climate change and accelerated biodiversity loss, and the outbreak of multiple conflicts, which has disrupted supply chains and created new crises due to forced displacement and migration of millions of people. So the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated ongoing issues as well, like unemployment, unsustainable debt, widening inequalities, and inflation. So these group of VNRs this year often identified women and children as most at risk in the economic and social fallout, and some countries reported a rise in gender-based violence and early marriage. Next slide, please. However, there are many examples in the VNRs of how governments have taken steps to ease the impacts of these crises. Investment in domestic vaccine production was rolled out, and funding was allocated to increase vaccine access and equity. Increased mobilization of social and economic safety nets and other responses have laid a foundation for a resilient recovery. Many countries implemented policies for provision of food and healthcare free of charge, cash transfer programs, debt moratoriums for businesses, government stimulus packages, and national resilient plans. The commitment of the principle to leave no one behind is stronger than ever. Most VNRs highlighted how vulnerable groups are being supported. Some countries created new governance structures and passed new legislation to protect women and girls in response to the rise in domestic violence and gender inequality. Governments have established policy frameworks to accelerate digital transformation, especially for education and healthcare. Next slide, please. So many countries have revised their national development plans also to incorporate lessons learned from the pandemic. Others are working with development partners for economic recovery through a multi-sectoral approach to build climate resilience. And finally, the innovative platforms and digitalization of collection databases developed during the pandemic have helped to scale up technological literacy and usage, not only for the VNR, but also for services such as alternative educational formats and other social support programs. Numerous examples of these and other initiatives are highlighted in the 2022 VNR Synthesis Report, which is available through the HLPF website. So one of the key messages from this year's VNRs is that although the pandemic and its impacts have caused serious setbacks, the collection of reports in 2022 contains a narrative of positive change. We see increasing collaboration among relevant parts of government. VNRs more often engage parliaments as active contributors. Coordination of the VNR is sometimes led from the highest political level through the president or the prime minister. Most reporting countries have now tied the VNRs to their national development plans and integrated national financing frameworks, and the VNR process is becoming much more inclusive of stakeholders. The creation of national sustainable development councils and other coordination mechanisms are increasingly engaging development partners, stakeholder groups, local communities, and the private sector. And the voluntary local reviews are reaching people in rural communities to inform and support the national VNR process. There's also increased support from UN country teams who can play a coordinating role to pool resources and identify a shared process for engagement. And with over half of all VNR reports now including a statistical annex, we can see progress in collection of data and statistics. Next slide, please. So building on this analysis, we can also say that there has been a positive evolution of the VNRs over time as more countries undertake second and subsequent reports. The first VNR commonly demonstrates a commitment to the 2030 agenda and serves to identify baseline data, begins to align the SDGs with national development plans. The second VNR often shows concrete and tangible progress, including identification of challenges and areas where more needs to be done. There's usually a longer lead time with stronger preparation. And the third or even fourth reports can identify paradigm shifts since the previous reviews. They reveal patterns of institutional alignment and coordination, and they can evaluate the effectiveness of innovative financing solutions. Next slide, please. So the concluding message here is that the process of conducting a VNR can create momentum for change. It can accelerate progress through giving a better understanding of where capacity building is most needed, and we can respond by increasing cooperation in these areas through new partnerships. Last slide, please. So we invite you to read the synthesis report and to explore the database of VNRs, and look forward to working with member states, regional commissions, and other partners on the road ahead as we are preparing for the HLPF in July and the SDG Summit in September 2023. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation, Ms. Vaturi. It is now my great pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Ms. Sarah Jagwant, and she's a Senior Interregional Advisor in DPIDG UNDESA. She will provide further analysis from the VNR synthesis report and focus on capacity building needs of member states to achieve the SDGs. So Ms. Jagwant, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Adriana. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to be here. Good evening to those of you in New York. I've been asked to talk about capacity development needs that were articulated by countries in their 2022 VNRs. And in general, I want to say that the capacity development needs were definitely reinforced this year, particularly in order to help countries get over or survive the multiple economic and social crises and to recover from COVID-19. So just to say that that's as a general picture that we got from the 2022 VNRs. Next slide, please. So in general terms, the 2022 VNRs underlined the importance of capacity building in implementing and advancing the 2030 agenda in a pandemic-affected world. Countries, and I'm not going to mention all of the names of the countries, all of the names are contained in the slides, but many countries highlighted in general that capacity development initiatives and support were absolutely essential for them to maintain the achievement of the SDGs. Next slide, please. I thought that I would highlight some individual country needs, some of the things that countries might, that haven't reported often at the UN or different countries. I'm highlighting their individual country needs before I look at specific areas that countries generally highlighted. The first one was Sudan. Sudan observed that its decades of isolation from the international community created demand for capacity building across many sectors for achieving the SDGs. They talked about civil servants at federal and subnational levels and for civil society. Somalia expressed the view that decades of conflict and weak institutional capacity have significantly hindered the country's development, and listed as one of its priorities the strengthening of national technical level capacity to collect, consolidate, and measure SDG progress through the provision and through requiring appropriate technical assistance. The Cameroonian government intends to enhance its capacity and intends to pursue action and plans to enhance its ability in the anticipation of risk management in relation to exogenous shocks. And Jamaica noted the need for increased human resources and capacity building among public institutions to support rapid response and adaptation to provide services to a larger number of the poor and vulnerable groups, so those groups that were marginalized and were seeking assistance. Next slide, please. Sao Tome and Principe noted that the capacity building actions that they have highlighted will be carried out for the coordination and implementation of planning instruments at all levels. In particular, they talked about the capacities of development actors in prioritizing, mainstreaming, and evaluating SDG implementation. Curaçao, Aruba, and St. Martin of the Netherlands stressed the importance of international, regional, and national cooperation, and they will focus on capacity building as well as institutional strengthening. Grenada plans to promote capacity building and succession planning in the public sector, while Gambia highlighted the need for continuous capacity development for effective SDG implementation. I just wanted to point out, although it's not in the slide, that many countries like Suriname and Sao Tome and Principe and Sudan and so on highlighted their capacity development needs with the United Nations system on the ground. And they noted that intensified cooperation and partnerships with national research institutions, as well as regional and international partners, was absolutely crucial. Cooperation between the public and private sector was also highlighted by many countries, including Sri Lanka and the United Arab Emirates, while countries such as Luxembourg and Malawi called for increase in international cooperation activity. So there's still very much a call for the multilateral cooperation that countries have enjoyed so far. Next slide, please. I thought I would focus a little bit now on what countries are saying in general, and I thought I'd pick on issues related to the institutional framework. So the 2020 VNRs readdressed the need for capacity building of the institutional framework for the SDGs. Many countries, I've listed them on the slide, highlighted the need for strengthening institutional resilience. Particularly countries called for Gabon, Latvia, and so on. They called for, they noted their challenges in combating corruption, which negatively affect the delivery of development, cooperation, and social services. And these countries expressed the need for capacity building to establish transparent government agencies in support of institutional integrity. Next slide, please. The other area that was interesting, and there was a lot of progress on calling for capacity building in this area, was e-government and digitalization. Countries continue to highlight the need for further digitalization and advancement of e-government, noting that the strengthening of the digital capacity of the public sector ensured high productivity and innovative approaches. So countries, and I'm not going to mention them, they listed on my slide, noticed the problem of inadequate digital competencies and observed that many people are being left behind in training and capacity building programs to build digital skills. Countries such as Kazakhstan, Latvia, and Sudan further noted in particular that there's a significant gender disparity in digital training and education. Some countries, Argentina, Botswana, and so on, raised the issue of capacity for the development of technical training projects and technological digital infrastructure. Next slide, please. Another area that was quite, highlighted significantly in this year's 2022 VNRs was the capacity building for national to local levels. Countries continued to seek capacity development initiatives to ensure subsidiarity and bottom-up development. Countries, Argentina, Dominica, and so on, pointed out the need to generate capacity and dialogue between municipalities. Eswatini noted the importance of subnational capacity building and pointed out that the implementation of the goals must be visible at the grassroots level. Reduction of inequalities between urban and rural areas was also pointed out, and between different social, religious, and ethnic groups. Those also were areas requiring attention. The Philippines, interestingly, observed that SDGs are seen to be too technical at the local level, and national governments should translate the SDGs from its technical form to a version that is more accessible for local governments and their local realities. Last slide, please.
1 second, please.
Yes, just to say that, as usual, the capacity building for national statistical systems remains urgent for the majority of countries. As in previous years, a significant number of countries mentioned the need to strengthen capacities in relation to disaggregated data. Just to say that countries such as Grenada, Guinea-Bissau, Montenegro noted that both human and financial resources continue to limit the capacity building for the national statistical systems. So that just gives you an idea of what the countries are saying this year for the 2022 VNRs. It's, as I said, just a selection of issues. The issues are very much repeated over the years, but these were pointed out by specifically by countries this year. So thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Saras, for that very insightful presentation on the capacity needs of countries. We will now move on to our next speaker, Ms. Debbie Meneses, who will focus on the capacity development findings from the second capacity needs assessment of government institutions to implement the 2030 agenda. And she is a consultant who prepared the report. So Ms. Meneses, you have the floor.
I'm going to talk about the second capacity needs assessment report, which the primary purpose was to identify the priority governance capacity needs of the member states to support accelerating progress towards the 2030 agenda. And as we've heard before, this was very much a demand-driven approach, taking account of contextual realities, the 5 Ps, the leave no one behind agenda, It has a strong consideration of innovation, digital government, digital transformation. We've also used this as an opportunity to spotlight some good practices that countries are taking forward and partnerships. And this exercise is conducted every 3 to 5 years. It's led by UNPOG within DPIG and UNDESA. And I'd also like to acknowledge Dr. Kepeng Yao, who very closely supervised this from UNPOG. So thank you. The next slide, just a little bit on the methodological approach. It focused on 37 countries regionally from Asia and the Pacific region and from Eastern Africa. And we covered the small island developing states, least developed countries and landlocked developing countries, middle-income countries. And we used a survey questionnaire that was sent out to all these 37 countries with strong coordination efforts within the UN system. We also looked at some of the documents. We've heard some of this before, the VNRs, the CCAs, the UN SDCF, etc. And we also looked at this in the context of how capacity needs related to other international commitments, including the Paris Agreement and the Samoa Pathway. The other thing that we did is we constructed a framework for UNPOG just to kind of understand how to place this and what the scope of work was for this program. I'm not going to go through that, but essentially the 4 sets of, the survey questions sort of was framed around 4 broad areas, which is governance and institutional architecture, inclusive implementation towards the SDGs, the transformative potential, which included innovation, digital, and mindsets, and we've heard some of this morning, and then thinking about where UNPOG could step up its engagement in those areas. Some common contextual challenges were identified to start with across the 3 country groupings, and this formed the basis for identifying core capacity needs. The most pressing issues for LDCs related to the financing gap and in transitioning to middle-income countries status. The MICs faced common capacity challenges of scale in view of their large population sizes, rapid pace of urbanization and geographical coverage, and the SIDS faced unique challenges in terms of climate change, resource mobilization, and reaching dispersed populations. So some of the findings, and I'm not going to go through all of them, but some of them, the report found that it's imperative to have the right institutional arrangements and government capacities for a coherent policy response, particularly as countries are now looking to build forward from COVID-19. It's imperative that we keep the SDGs at the heart of national responses. We found that countries are, to some extent, mainstreaming or aligning SDGs within their national strategies, plans, and actions. However, the modalities are very different, and the institutional capacities also within countries are different. So this affects the way in which SDGs are prioritized and implemented at national and local levels. And we found that national planning does not always translate into action due to various factors like political priorities, capacities, resourcing, local context, etc. All countries have recognized that there's a need for better policy coherence and coordination, including at the local levels. Some of the issues that came up from the countries is that we need to put the SDGs at the heart of the policy roadmap. We need more coherence, both vertically from national to local level, as well as horizontally across government, so that it's a more comprehensive approach. There needs to be better alignment of planning and budgeting processes. Perhaps think about a systems approach which provides more coordination across government, but also with other partners. Localization of the SDGs was identified as an important area. Skilling and changing mindsets of public sector officials in delivering services. Transparency and accountability frameworks. Multi-stakeholder partnerships, again, which brings in all segments of society, the private sector, civil society, and government. And then thinking about strategic and technical capabilities to plan and deliver. A second area was the need to put in place measures to strengthen oversight, transparency, and accountability. And some of the suggestions that emerged included building awareness of parliamentarians, training and capacity building for civil servants, including, for instance, on dealing with corrupt practices, putting in place data transparency, tools, systems, and disclosure mechanisms, and strengthening public awareness. There was also some suggestion of the need to address inherent weaknesses of judicial and legal institutions and empowering national audit offices and anti-corruption bureaus. There was also discussion on enhancing financial accountability and transparency in budgeting and public expenditure, including through capacities for public financial management, and then increasing citizen engagement to demand accountability. One of the resonating factors that came out was the need to strengthen statistical systems, monitoring, reporter, and data gaps. I'm not going to go into detail on this slide, but essentially there are lots of examples of positive innovation that countries are taking forward, but countries also identified the need to strengthen analytical capacity, to standardize indicators, to have better quality data, more coherence across government, and to kind of develop a culture for a better production and consumption of data. Financing the SDGs was also another very strongly identified area. And again, the COVID, I think, pandemic has put increased pressure on stretched public finances. So countries have, again, brought home the need to actually look at innovative financing strategies and different financial instruments. And apologies, that should read Seychelles, not Maldives, in terms of the sovereign blue bond, which was there in 2018. Leaving no one behind was another area that came up. Countries have all embraced the principle as part of the 2030 agenda and are using innovative methods such as social protection schemes, but the scale of the challenge remains enormous. And the gaps were to build knowledge amongst the public sector officials, and to sensitize parliamentarians on the SDGs, to identify game changers and innovations, and then to promote a whole of government approach. The multiplicity of risks at scale, I'm not going to dwell on this for too long because we've heard other speakers, but essentially there are different risks that come into play. And some of the ideas for strengthening institutional preparedness could include better understanding of risks, how they intersect, developing targeted responses to reduce vulnerabilities, information for risk-informed decision-making, and looking at more integrated approaches in government plans, strategies, and decisions across the SDGs rather than specific to sectors or regions. On digital transformation, recognition that this offers tremendous potential to progress the SDGs, but we need to do this in a way that does not reinforce exclusion and inequality. This means creating the necessary conditions and harnessing the potential of innovation, digital technologies, and digital government. And there were 4 broad areas that came up. One is a strategic approach, which perhaps could look at a whole of government approach, a national strategy for digital transformation. A second area, which was about financing, including looking at incentivizing private sector participation and reaching those hard to reach remote areas. The third area was on systems, including challenges of online safety, fraudulent activities, cyber security, looking at ICT and the use of big data. And then the fourth area is about human resources and the need to actually strengthen digital skills and literacy and think about enforcement of regulations and compliance with global protocols.
Thank you very much. We have to move on to our next speaker, but thank you very much. And again, I invite all participants to view the presentation online. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Menezes, for the very comprehensive presentation. And we also know that there will be a deep dive on the capacity needs assessment during the Learning Lab on day 3 of the Regional Symposium. So finally, we have a video contribution from Mr. Lan Shui. He's the Chong Kong Chair, Distinguished Professor and Dean of the Schwarzman College, Tsinghua University, and member of the UN Committee of Experts on Public Administration. I would like to ask the technical team, please, to play the video.
Thank you for inviting me to attend this symposium. Today, I'm going to talk about how to implement SDGs at the subnational level based on some policy experiments from China. First of all, let me start with a brief introduction about Tsinghua SDG Institute. The institute was established on May 14th, 2017. The institute was launched to achieve the following missions. The first is related to talent training. The second is to do research on SDG implementation. And the third is provide policy advice. And the fourth is to be an international platform for collaboration and dialogue. First of all, in talent training, we have a joint master degree program with Geneva University, specifically on SDGs. And also with many various kind of young talent training programs. And the third is also we provide a lot of executive training for government officials in and outside China. In terms of doing policy research and policy dialogue, we've had invited many important speakers and also arranged many interesting policy dialogues. Here are a lineup of some people that you may know quite well. Also, in terms of doing research, we've done a lot of work on SDG-related research. In particularly, we've been working on SDG localization. Now, here we felt that China is a big country, and how to implement in a country like China at the local level, it's a real challenge, but also it's a fascinating research topic for scholars. Fundamentally, the question is how does the central government in China can encourage local governments to actively implement the SDGs without changing the basic incentive to maintain fast economic growth, which actually many local government officials are very much concerned about. I think, of course, in terms of how to deal with the central-local relations in different countries, there are two general sort of models. One is sort of mandatory scheme in unitary systems, like what in UK and Japan, and there various central government provide various kind of goals for the local government to follow. The second type of scheme is voluntary programs in the sort of more federal or confederated systems. For example, in North America and European unions, and then here that so bottom-up sort of programs very much the key. And I think what certainly I think China has probably adopted some of those measures, but a new sort of pilot scheme is what we call the competitive regional pilot schemes. And so this is sort of the policy experiments China has been using in the last 30, 40 years over the economic reform. So the basic idea is this is a strategy that used by the central government to provide incentives for the local government to follow, but at the same time without really mandating them to force them to do things that they don't necessarily want. So first of all, the central government determines the national goals and set the regional sustainable pilot scheme, and also basically provide support in terms of the implementation, but also I think plays a key role in selecting the pilot areas. And once the site selection is done by the central government, based on various factors, then I think the central government would provide various kind of support and facilitation, and to assign various risk tasks in specific areas to help pilot areas to achieve their sustainable development goals. So the local government, at the same time, they will also, they certainly, once they join this scheme, they will first have to apply, to the scheme and to compete to become a pilot area. And then once they've, successfully being part of the pilot program, then they will try to invite, SDG experts to guide the local government to draft an implementation plan. And these plans are then implemented through innovative policy instruments such as tax incentives, technology promotion, and funding provisions. So various kind of a policy scheme or tools are being used. I think that since I think the year 2000, we've seen there are various kind of national policy pilots conducted in China every year. As we can see, these are the numbers of the pilots being conducted since the year 2000. So we can see that there are indeed many pilots. And also, this is the sites, the policy pilots in different SDG areas. We can see that some are a lot, some are less, but I think in general, almost all the SDG goals are covered. And here are some of the typical cases of the pilot schemes. For example, actually in as early as in 1986, the State Council and the National Committee for Science and Technology, they've already at the time started a national sustainable development experimental zone in 1986. In 2010, there's a low carbon province and city pilot. In 2005, there's a circular economy pilot scheme. And in 2018, there's by Ministry of Science and Technology, there's a Chinese innovation demonstration zone for the implementation of the 2030 agenda of SDG. So this is a specifically set up for SDG implementations. So over the years, you can see that in different regions, and they've, I have been able to attend, some of those pilot, being selected for those pilot programs. So the outcome, I think, is first of all, I think many pilot cities or provinces have not only made important progress in achieving their SDG goals, but also served as a good model for other locations to follow. Also, this strategy can help to resolve the problems of incentive shortages for local officials who are not enthusiastic about SDGs, concerned about the negative impact on economic growth. So successful applications for regional pilot is in itself is an important achievement for local officials. And this strategy can also adapt to variations of regional conditions and also, based on the previous achievements of the localities. So that actually can be quite flexible. Finally, the expansion of this pilot scheme can promote the diffusion of innovative local practices at the national level. So overall, I think this scheme has been very successfully implemented in China. So thank you very much. This is my presentation today. Thank you.
I would like to thank Mr. Lan Shui for sharing his views on the actions and capacities needed to close the gap in promoting effective, accountable, and inclusive public institutions at the subnational level and local government levels. We will now have two questions, one from the online audience and one from the participants that are there in Korea in person. So I will begin with the first question, which is to David Leblanc. Could you please elaborate on the integration of existing M&E systems, in particular on negative impacts on measurement reporting, please? You have the floor.
Thank you, Adriana. So this is referring to the fact that in many, in practically all countries, there exist monitoring systems and reporting systems that are linked with specific processes. For example, the National Sustainable Development Strategy or the budget. But to take the example of National Sustainable Development Strategies, this type of instrument was very popular after the first Rio conference and even more after the Johannesburg conference in 2002. And so systems of indicators were created to basically follow the developments in terms of these national strategies. And then when the indicators, national indicators for the SDG came about, they were not necessarily aligned with those pre-existing indicators. And the same goes for indicators that are sectoral in nature and those developed, for example, by Ministry of Environment to monitor what's happening in different parts of the environment, for industry, etc. So basically, the national SDG indicators are not necessarily aligned to what exists in a country, which is already in place to monitor progress on various goals, on targets. And so in many countries, this has created, in fact, parallel systems through which there are efforts to monitor national SDG indicators, but not necessarily building on what exists elsewhere, potentially creating problems of duplication, of waste of resources, and sometimes incompatibility between indicators and also combined with sometimes interoperability constraints. You have a system, IT system in place in one ministry that gives you data for some indicators, and those cannot be used easily to produce data that could inform national indicators. So basically, that was the what was behind this cryptic sentence in the slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we have a question from the audience? If anyone has a question, please raise your hand. If you could please introduce yourself and also mention to whom your question is addressed. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Salvo Feliciano Chamo. I'm a green economy focal point from Mozambique, Ministry of Land and Environment. It is my honor to be in this forum, and I congratulate the moderator and the speakers for this addressing this important point. I'm not directing any question for a specific speaker, but I would like to have your views and reflecting on how is involvement, engagement for the private sector. So I also know that the private sector is very relevant stakeholder for to ensure to stay sustainable and green investments and also achieve the sustainable development goals. So I would like to know how, because to be honest, my country is a challenge to involve private sector in these matters. So I would like to get some experience, some views from your countries, from how can really enhance the role of the private sector to achieve the CDGs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I know there's another question from the floor. Someone else, before we see if anyone would like to answer, is there another question?
Thank you so much. My name is Dawood from Ethiopia. I have a question for Ms. Rika. As she mentioned, 3 goals with lack of evidence. So what possible solutions would you propose to overcome lack of evidence for these 3 goals? And finally, I would congratulate the UNICEF staff and the welcoming Society of Incheon for the warm welcoming, since I am taking the first chance to on the floor. So the second is just to give an information on the digitalization issue. As mentioned, the lack of capacities and the needs for digital skills. My country, through the new initiative of the new Prime Minister, proposed the digitalization transformation as a plural development plan of 10 years prosperous plan. And I all invite you to visit our science museum set in Addis Ababa. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And I think there's a third question. I will take a third question from the floor, and then we'll go back to our speakers.
Thank you. This is Sabir Chaudhry. I'm a member of parliament from Bangladesh. I have 2 specific questions. The first relates to our capacity, our oversight capacity to monitor the expenses of the government. Normally, our assessments are done on a quantitative basis. So how much money has been allocated for a sector and how much has been spent? How do we move from that to a qualitative assessment where we try to understand the impact of the allocation? So it's not just building new hospitals or new schools, but what is the quality of healthcare, or what is the quality of the education and curriculum? So how do we make that transition? The second point is the VNRs that you have talked about. are essentially voluntary endeavors of respective governments. Now, how do we then take all of the VNRs together and have a common basis for evaluating them? Because each government will look at a VNR differently, and how they report will also be influenced by their capacity to do so. So how can we take a subjective VNR of a national government and evaluate that in a global context, given that there are no objective criteria or guidelines? Thank you.
Thank you very much. So let me start then with Ms. Rika with the question that was addressed to you, please.
Yes, thank you, Adriana, and thanks for all the very interesting questions, including from the gentleman from Ethiopia who asked the question, well, how to address the lack of evidence, where it has become very clear, not only from my presentation, but also from what we've heard from some of the other presentations, that this is certainly a gap that's a challenge for many. Now, I want to maybe start by saying a little bit, referring also to the last question that was just asked, that when we talk about lack of evidence, we can talk about evidence and lack of same for quite a number of things. One thing is lack of evidence for monitoring the Sustainable Development Goals and indicators, which is really what my presentation focused on. But I think just as important when we talk about evidence is lack of evidence to really support our planning efforts and making sure that that qualitative aspect of development is addressed fully. And we will never get that full evidence basis if we look at only, let's say, one use case for data, which is the monitoring use case. So my first response is, well, we need to have a different take on how we understand evidence in the form of data. We do need to look beyond the very meager information specific indicators will give us. Anyone who's read the formulation of the SDG targets and goals will know how rich that language really is, and what each target or goal encompasses can simply not be fully informed by just 3 or 4 indicators, which is sort of on average what we have in the globally agreed indicator framework. So that is my first part of the response. When we then look at evidence, well, we also need to look at the institutions in government who are actually put in place to provide that evidence. And that includes, in most countries, a central statistical office, and then a number of statistical institutions or units placed in different agencies and ministries. They are notoriously underfunded. So a big call to invest in data from me. It's very often looked a little bit like a free resource and maybe an afterthought when governments are doing their planning in terms in the context of budget in particular. Then thirdly, I want to pick up also on one of the other questions that came, which was about the private sector. And it relates to a need to really modernize and transform the way we look at national statistical systems and institutions, opening up fully for making use of the resources that are actually held by private sector institutions, increasingly in the form of data held by private companies. So embracing these new types of data would be a very important point. And this is something most statistical institutions are just not capable of doing at the moment in terms of capacity and resources. I could have a totally different standalone seminar on this topic, but I think I have to hand it back to our moderator now. Thanks, Adriana.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So who would like to answer the question from Mr. Chowdhury? There were actually 2 questions, one on parliamentary oversight capacity and the other one on the VNRs. So please, go ahead if anyone would like to respond. Any of our panelists?
I would like to speak about the private sector.
Yes, please.
Yeah, so I would like to start with an example. Back in the day when Uber and PayPal started, they found the missing gap in the market and they wanted to fulfill that. So it was all about identifying what's missing in the market and having the first mover advantage. So this is where the private sector really comes. And when we talk about the green sector, they're bringing non-fossil solutions, positive coral solutions. And from my own experience, I have seen this in the Pacific, that there are a lot of private entities which are thinking ahead of the curve. And when we talk about achieving net neutrality by 2050, we are seeing all these commitments coming from private organizations, whether they are the big MNCs or the small companies. They are trying to move the dial by being the first mover and bringing the missing piece. So while we are looking at a model like ourselves, where in the Capital Development Fund, we are bringing in our own capital, we are bringing the private capital, and most times, just because UNCDF is investing into a business, we see 6 times of private capital coming in. So we are able to crowd in that. So I truly feel that when we are talking about having the partnership outlook and being open-minded, it's only when we join hands, because private entities are agile, they think on their feet, and they're very dynamic. And in current day and time, when things change as we speak, it's important that we always look at private entities to innovate, to ideate, and to be inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And Ms. Faturi, yes, please, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you so much. And just to add to what Neha just said about the private sector, there are partnerships that have been very instrumental during the pandemic, for example, with regard to assuring that universal health care is achieved in certain countries, or that food supplies are given to those most in need. There are a number of examples through the VNRs that detail how partnerships with the private sector have been very important during the response to the pandemic. So we could look at a few of those, but I also wanted to really address the question of the comparability between the VNRs, as they are, of course, voluntary. There are voluntary common reporting guidelines that have been endorsed by the Secretary General. And these guidelines we encourage countries to follow the guidelines when preparing their VNRs, when conducting a VNR itself, as well as in preparing the report that's presented to the HLPF. Of course, these are voluntary, and many countries choose to emphasize SDGs that are most important nationally. Some of them choose to look at progress through the lens of the 5 Ps, the people, prosperity, planet, partnerships, and peace. And there are other innovative ways that countries may choose to conduct a VNR. So it is a challenge to compare them, but as I've said before, over time, with second and third reporting, there are consistent ways that we can look at things like institutional structures and how they've evolved, or how the SDGs are being domesticated into national development plans. So with experience and the more we see reports, the better clarity we can have with regard to how to compare and how to analyze at a global level. But indeed, this is a very good question. It's something that we encourage countries to work together through peer reviews, through a group of friends led by Morocco and the Philippines this year, that ask countries to review each other's reports so that they can mean something to each other as well as to the world at large. But thank you for the question.
Thank you very much. And I would like to remind all of you that there's going to be a session on partnerships. It's on the 24th. So I hope that you will all be able to join that session, which will address many of these questions. So I don't know if anyone else of the panelists, Saras, I see you would like to say something.
Yes, I just wanted to respond to
we have to close in 2 seconds. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to the question on digitalization. I think that you know, it's clearly a multi-pronged approach. You can't only, you know, we need PCs and we need bandwidth and we need training and so on, but it's also about a transformation of the way in which we think about the role of digitalization in government and in society. And I think that that is, you know, one of the really important aspects of the digitalization capacity building process. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And so I would like to invite all of you to give a very, a big round of applause to all the speakers. I think this has been an extremely informative and insightful setting the scene session. I hope that you have all learned as much as I did from all of the speakers. So thank you once again. And this concludes our setting the scene session. Thank you and applause to all the speakers. Thank you. And I now give the floor to the MC in the conference room. Thank you very much.
How about we also give a big round of applause to Ms. Adriana Alberti for the seamless moderation. We would like to take a group photo of the online speakers and participants. So participants online and speakers online, please turn on your cameras for the group photo. In the meantime, for participants here on site, we will break for lunch. For participants with the VIP tags, please follow Ms. Anna Thorlin to the luncheon venue. For all other participants, you may wish to take the light lunch provided by the organizers or venture to the restaurants on the first floor of Convencia. Meanwhile, I will be in room 112 to distribute the DSA for funded participants. So please do stop by room 112. I would also like to call out Mr. Sumartono Darmanto and Huang Tong Fong. If you are in this room, please do visit our staff at the registration desk. We will meet here again at 1:30 p.m. prompt. Thank you.
Shall we all remain quiet and start the session? Thank you once again for being patient with us. Ladies and gentlemen, the special session 1 begins right away. And may I respectfully ask you to just stay calm and listen to us. I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator for this session in the person of Dr. Alex Brillantis. He is the General Secretary of the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administrations, Europa. Dr. Brillantis will be moderating this session, and Dr. Brillantis, you have the floor. Let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
I'm excited for this third session today after the very important sessions this morning. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us for both on-site and online for this very special session. I'm Alex Brillantis. I'm from the Secretary General of the Eastern Regional Organization for Public Administration, an association of practitioners and academics of public administration in the Asia-Pacific region. As I mentioned, today's session will take off from the very exciting presentations of our keynote speakers, headed with, of course, no less than the Secretary General, Ban Ki-moon, and of course, setting the scene that was organized by Adriana Alberti. In 2021 to 2022, the UNPOG, DPIG, of course, organized training workshops in Lao PDR, Bhutan, Cambodia, Vanuatu, Malawi, based on the curriculum. This special session will share how countries have embraced and acted on the UNDESA curriculum on governance for sustainable development goals, which has been developed to promote a critical understanding of sustainable development issues, enhance governance capacity, and strengthen public servants' awareness of the active role they play in the SDG implementation. I must say that even many of our Europa countries will soon benefit from this in the coming months. So this session will examine the national experiences and lessons of Bhutan, Cambodia, Lao PDR, Malawi, and how they have managed to increase their capacity for SDG implementation with support of UNDESA, DPIG, and of course, UNPOG. Countries will share their experiences to date and next steps with a focus on capacity development in such areas as transparency, accountability, and ethics in public administration, national to local public governance, a theme that we have discussed this morning, and design and implementation of learning outcomes assessment framework, and of course, peer-to-peer learning on one-door service centers. So it is with utmost pleasure and honor to welcome you to this special session. One on UNDESA, Curriculum on Governance for SD, Sustainable Development, the national experiences of Lao PDR, Bhutan, Cambodia, and Malawi. First, I would like to inform you that we will have 5 presentations with each speaker allocated 10 minutes. And after all speakers have delivered their presentations, there will be a 25-minute Q&A interactive discussion session where I will open the floor for questions from our on-site and, of course, our online audience. I would like to kindly entreat all speakers to keep to the allocated time of 3 minutes to 1 minute, and a time alert signal will be sent to all speakers during their presentation. A 3-minute and a 1-minute time alert will be sent to you during your presentation. So now I will proceed to invite the first speaker for this session. The first presentation will be delivered by Ms. Anna Thurland, who is Governance and Public Administration Expert of the United Nations Project Office on Governance of UNDESA. She will present on the UNDESA Curriculum on Governance for Sustainable Development Goals. Let's welcome Ms. Anna with a round of applause. And may I also invite all our honorable speakers to join us here up on stage. May I first invite all the speakers from Lao PDR, Mr. Vice Minister, Bhutan, Cambodia, and of course Malawi. I apologize for not having called you earlier. Okay, so now let's welcome Ms. Anna to give the first presentation. And I must say it's finally so nice to meet you, having met you very many times online. Let's give a warm welcome to Anna.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will present to you in 5 minutes the UNDESA Curriculum on Governance for Sustainable Development. Next one, please. Next one. So the curriculum is structured around all the 17 SDG goals. Next one, please. The curriculum, I will start. The curriculum on governance for sustainable development goals aims to promote critical understanding of sustainable development issues and enhance governance capacities and strengthen public servants' awareness of their role in, contributing to the achievement of the SDGs. Thank you. What are the topics we cover in UNDESA Curriculum on Governance? The topics are about transforming mindsets and public servants to implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions, which we delivered the course in Malawi, and we will hear about. We have institutional arrangements and governance capacities for policy coherence, effective national to local governance for SDGs implementation. We deliver in Cambodia the workshop, and government innovation in social inclusion of people in vulnerable situations, or risk-informed governance and innovative technology for disaster risk reduction and resilience, and innovation and digital government for public service delivery. These are structured around the principles of effective governance for sustainable development, which you have in the slide, around 3 important areas, 3 pillars, which are effectiveness, accountability, and inclusiveness. Next one, please. I will move a little bit quick. So these are, this is not, it's this one. So here are the 8 curriculums I just mentioned before, and I go one by one to explain you a little bit the content of what is inside each of these training tools that we make available to you. They are available in UNPAN website, in our UNDESA website. So the first curriculum which I would like to share with you is Changing Mindsets in Public Institutions to Implement the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This training toolkit aims to provide a set of methodologies and tools that can contribute to a change in the environment, culture, and mindset of the public servants in implementing the Sustainable Development Goals. The syllabus includes, for example, why is changing mindsets critical to the implementation of the SDGs, exploring mindsets, exploring mindsets in the terms of leadership mindset, collaborative mindset, innovative mindset, and the behaviors that accompany these different mindsets. The curriculum on transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions have the objective to three interlinking factors to provide you with approaches on integrity and effective anti-corruption in the public institutions. By the end of the curriculum, we aim to raise awareness of concepts, practical mechanisms for integrity and anti-corruption, focusing on international frameworks and standards. Next one, please. I will move on for the next curriculum, which is strengthening institutional arrangements and governance capacities for policy coherence. These toolkits focus on public institutions' capacity to spearhead integrated planning, policy making, decision making, implementation, monitoring and evaluation, and aligning budgets at national government level. The next curriculum is on innovation and digital government for public service delivery. This curriculum contains a set of comprehensive training materials aimed at strengthening the capacities of government officials to promote innovation for SDGs implementation. The next curriculum is an effective national to local public governance for SDGs. I'm ending my presentation. Oops. So effective national to local public governance for SDG implementation. We have conducted and used this training toolkit in Vanuatu and in Cambodia. And the objective is provide public services with a toolkit that is designated around often expressed challenges of strengthening national to local government coordination and institutional effectiveness for SDGs. I move quickly to mention the last two curriculums. The government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups. This toolkit aims to build the capacities to promote government innovation for social inclusion of vulnerable groups by introducing approaches, strategies, and experience at the national level. And the last one I will introduce you today is on the risk-informed governance and innovative technology for disaster risk reduction and resilience. This toolkit looks at innovation, frontier technologies, disaster risk reduction and resilience. It's a very comprehensive toolkit, and it has a lot of welcoming by participants who are attending the courses we are giving using the toolkit. So these materials are available in UNDESA website for your use, and we will hear some experiences. Over to you, moderator.
Mike, hello. Thank you very much for that very important and certainly informative presentation. As we mentioned, these are downloadable, and from a personal experience, I must say that we already have downloaded this, and many schools, many Europa schools are already using this toolkit. So it's really, really very exciting to be using this. Please, Anna, join us. Sorry. Okay, so thank you really for that very exciting presentation. They're available on the website. Many of us have downloaded it. Many of us are already using them as we speak. Now, I would like to respectfully invite our second speaker. The presentation will be delivered by His Excellency, Mr. Nisith Keopanya, the Vice Minister of Home Affairs of the Lao PDR. His presentation will focus on the implementation of the One-Door Service Centers, ODSCs, in Lao people Lao People's Democratic Republic, and how DESA has strengthened the capacity for the design and implementation of ODSCs for public services in Lao PDR. Dear friends, let's welcome His Excellency Niseth Keopanya with a big round of applause.
Thank you, Alex. Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here to share that experience of Lao PDR in terms of that public administration and governance reform. Then I will focus that ODSC, or one door service, is linked to that the effective governance and digital transformation. So actually that the public administration reform in Laos have started since 1995, and we found that how to improve that the good governance. Of course, that we focus on that people service delivery. So that's why that's the key issue that the government take place of that improve that the service delivery in my country. So of course that since 1994, we also developed many of the policy document. So for us that the one door service or one-stop shop model that we starting pilot in 2006. So that's why that the 2007 we have that they evaluate, and we found that we have to issue that the more policy documents. So that's why that Prime Minister issued that the decree number 86 to establish the one door service centers mechanism and policy. And then that's the followed by that this decree in 2013. Prime Minister also issued the ordinance number 9 to implement of the ODSC nationwide. This means across the country. And my ministry, my Home Affairs, also that they developed this the policy document, issued that the standard operation guidance or the instruction. And 5-year plan 2021 to 2025 for Ministry of Home Affairs, my ministry, also include that this policy in the plan as the sectoral development. And recently, government have that urgent that to improve the service public administration. So that's why that focus more that they improve the service delivery. So that's why that's the issue the National Agenda 2021-2023 is the policies. Next, I would like to share you that what's the purpose of that the ODSC. As the service delivery is the many departments have to provide the service to the people, but in different places. So that's why that government want to bring that those of service that in one place. So that's why that the purpose of that the setting up ODSC. What kind of the topical setup of the ODSC? It's still not so modernized of that the office of the ODSC yet, because you can see that in the slide that it looks seem that they separate between that who are served and for the client in outside. So this is the one type of that the ODSC. So that we also want to continue to improve. It's linked to that the coordination mechanism between the ministry, between the departments also. That's why we established that the coordination mechanism 3 layers. the central or the national level and local level, and also that the in department level in the local, in the district and provincial. So that's why that the Ministry of Home Affairs is the key that they organize the committee to conduct that the mechanism between the other ministry and departments and the local level. Also there's the provincial and district level, and also that the front office in the ODSC. You can see here that the chart that is the Ministry of Home Affairs, MOHA, is the core organization that to holding and conducting that the ODSC around the country. So that's why the green one is the department level, and the box the yellow one is the front office, is mean the district level. That's where that the ODSC is located. I would like to show you that the number of ODSCs across the countries since 2006 to 2020, you can see that is the chart is not so like the big progress, and because the some year is that not thinking of that. Because of that, so the one is because of the some district in the remote area, the service is not so many, so that's why that they cannot setting up that. And the second thing that the some department have joined the service, but because of the interest, so that's why that they are withdraw from that this ODSC. So that's why that we can set up only that the 36 ODSC across the country. And for the next slide, so before that, I will discuss on for the next slide, I would like to show you that the short video for that the video that we create is because the support by UNDESA that to set up that the smart ODSC. So we found that the digitalized is the very important for us that to improve. So that's why that I want you to watching that video. So please.
น้องสันติเข้ามาหาไอ้เด้น้องโดยมีอย่างน้องไอ้ให้น้องเอาเอกสารเหล่านี้ไปต่อให้ไอ้เด้เพราะมันใกล้จะหมดกำหนดแล้วและน้องต้องยื่นให้แล้ว
Sorry, that's the Lao language.
โดยไอ้เฮ็ดจังไดดีวะที่เขาจะแลนยื่นเอกสารเหล่านี้ให้ครบในมื้อเดียวมีทั้งใบทะเบียนวิสาหกิจและต่อมาก็ต้องไปยื่นใบทะเบียนรถแต่ยังมีเอกสารอีกใบที่ต้องไปยื่นให้กระทรวงแถลงข่าวและวัฒนธรรมเพื่อเซ็นอนุมัติงานซึ่งมีเวลาบ่พอแน่นอนและยังมีสมงเร่งด่วนต้นคนเลิกเว้งอีกได้รถกระติดใช้เวลาถ่ายอีกถ้าเป็นแบบนี้เฮ็ดจังได๋สิยื่นเอกสารทันในมื้อเดียวนี่
บ่ต้องกินยากดอกอ้ายน้องมีวิธีซอยได้เพียงแต่อ้ายนำเอกสารทั้งหมดเหล่านี้ไปสู่บริการผ่านประตูเดียวตามเมืองที่ห้องอ้ายตั้งอยู่ไปบอนเดียวจบเลยพอศูนย์บริการประตูเดียวสามารถดำเนินเอกสารแขนงต่างๆได้บ่ว่าจะเป็นการบริหารปกครองที่ดินท่องเที่ยวเหล่านี้เป็นต้นที่สำคัญการดำเนินเอกสารก็สะดวกสบายมีค่าธรรมเนียมที่ชัดเจนและประหยัดเวลาได้พอศูนย์บริการผ่านประตูเดียวของทุกจุดมีระบบบาร์โค้ดเพื่อติดตามการเคลื่อนไหวสัญจรของเอกสารและวันที่มารับเอกสารได้สามารถเบิ่งผ่านแอปพลิเคชันหรือระบบเว็บไซต์ของศูนย์บริการผ่านประตูเดียวได้
ว้าวเรื่องแลกเอกสารก็เฮ็ดง่ายในพริบตาได้มาบนเดียวได้ครบทุกอย่างและประหยัดเวลาให้เฮาอีกสุดยอดไปเลย
ทุกท่านสามารถโหลดแอปพลิเคชันของ ODSC มาใช้ได้แล้วตั้งแต่มื้อนี้เป็นต้นไป
ODSC ศูนย์บริการผ่านประตูเดียว
Sorry that I will continue as a few minutes. So that the support by UNDESA and UNPOG. So that's why we set up that new technology for us the innovation and increase that also the demand of the service to the citizens. So that's why that we set up that something new. So the benefit of that is, of course, that increase the efficiency and effectiveness of service delivery, and increase more transparency, accountability, cut down that the corruption, and also that the people on trust to that the government of the in the term of the service. So we success that of course that the ODSC is grow, but it's not the big grow, because the number is they have different in each year, and number of the public service also that they expanded, and citizen also using the ODSC for service and standard regulation, something like that. So that's the success, of course, but we also facing some challenges also that for increase that both the quality and quantity of the ODSC in my country. So that's why we continue to improve that more, better and better of services. That's on my presentation. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. Indeed, a very inspiring presentation, the ODSC, the importance of coordination, the importance of capacity, and at the end of the day, increasing efficiency. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Now, I will invite our third speaker. The presentation will be delivered by Ms. Chering Yangden, who is a member of the Commission of Royal Civil Service Commission of Bhutan. Her presentation will center on public service training assessment framework for strengthening capacities of public servants to support SDG implementation. Public service training assessment framework for strengthening capacities of public servants. Let's all welcome Ms. Chering Yangden with a big round of applause. Madam Yangden, you have the floor.
Good afternoon. Greetings from Bhutan. Your Excellencies, speakers from different parts of the world, participants, moderator, Dr. Alex Brillantes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's really nice, and I'm very happy and privileged to be here in the beautiful country of Korea. And I would like to say that it is a very beautiful country. And for that, I would like to thank the UN office and the UN director, UN DESA, for making it possible for me to participate in this very important symposium. I would also like to thank the UN office and the host country, the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea, and Incheon Metropolitan City for hosting this very important symposium. Thank you so much. Building effective, accountable, and inclusive public institutions is very crucial in implementing and achieving our sustainable development goals. But in order to achieve this, I thought that first it is important to build the capacity of the civil servants. So I'll be giving a broad overview of the assessment framework that we have developed for the capacity building of the civil servants in Bhutan. And for that, I would like to acknowledge our training center, the Royal Institute of Management, Royal Government of Bhutan, and our human resource officers from the Royal Civil Service Commission for developing the assessment framework. When we develop the assessment framework, the first thing we look at is why we do assessment. Why do we have to do assessment? Obviously, it is an integral process for all teaching learning process. And it is important to assess because we get the required knowledge and skill which the participants have acquired from the training. And by checking their knowledge and skill level, we can further plan and improve for the next training programs. And the other important thing is building capacity of our training centers is one reason why we assess, so that we can, again, further develop on the training centers. And the last objective of why we do assessment is talent management, so as to see the capacity, the strengths and weaknesses of our leaders, because they are the drivers of our agencies, they are the drivers of change. So accordingly, we'll have to manage their talent and develop our plans and policies. While developing the assessment framework, there are certain important processes involved. Obviously, the first one is defining and identifying the learning outcomes. What do we want our participants to achieve from this, any training? Then accordingly select the appropriate tools of assessing and processes of assessing the learning outcomes and analyze the result, and then accordingly adjust or improve or do the necessary for further improvement of our training programs. The foundation of our assessment framework, it's based on 4 important factors. The first one, as I explained earlier, is our learning outcomes. It depends on the learning outcomes that we have planned. The second one is the competency-based framework. Okay. The foundation of our assessment framework first is the learning outcome, then the competency-based framework. This means that the competencies required for each profession. So we have prepared for around 55 professions CBF, which covers around 117 professions. So this will take care of the training need assessment. Then we have the leadership capability framework, according to which the competencies required, the capabilities required for our leaders are defined there, and accordingly we can plan which training or which competency we need to develop. And the fourth one is the Kirkpatrick's 4 levels of training evaluation model, which is globally known, and all our assessment tools are focused on these aspects, and assessment processes and frameworks have been developed based on these 4 factors. Why we want to conduct trainings, drawing inspiration from the royal decree issued by our king in 2021 December, calling for major reforms in the civil service. Capacity building is one of them, and we have tried to review our training programs, and we are trying to look forward and working towards bringing about a paradigm shift in our approach towards training, not just learning the knowledge and skills, but mainly towards changing the mindset as underlined in the SDG curriculum. We would also like to change the culture, institute a culture of learning, whereby the civil servants take responsibility of their own development and self-learning, and performance and efficiency of the agencies to be enhanced. We would like the leaders to be more creative, more innovative in driving their agency and in achieving their goals and enhancing public service delivery. And if we are able to achieve all the above factors or the goals, then building inclusive, effective, and accountable public institutions can be achieved. While developing the assessment framework, we have tried to go by all the basic principles of assessment, of choosing valid, fair, reliable, and authentic framework and measurement or assessment tools. The next one, the very important factor of our assessment or framework of our assessment is we follow the Kirkpatrick's 4 level of training evaluation model. We focus on these 4 levels of learning, starting from reactions, learning, behavior, and results. In the past, maybe or perhaps we might have been focused just on the 2 levels of learning, but I think now we are consciously going step forward by moving on to the behavioral changes. We expect the civil servants to show behavioral changes and impact on their organization, bringing about systemic change, improve service delivery, motivate and manage their staff well. These are the assessment tools based on the 4 levels of Kirkpatrick's training evaluation model. We use these assessment tools. Before the participants come for the training, they are asked to prepare or draft an expression of interest as to why they want to attend that training, so that we prepare them and are more than ready to attend the training, and so that the training will be successful. Before the training, we give them some pre-reading materials, and when they report to the center, we do some short quizzes. Class participation is also another important measurement tool. how they lead the teams, how they drive the discussion and lead the arguments, and the knowledge and the skill that they have obtained. We expect the participants not just to acquire new knowledge and skills, but transferring the knowledge and skills to the work of their work, to their job is very important. That is another aspect that we look at. And another important aspect and a big change is how they identify their own self-development plan. Throughout the training modules, from training module 1 to training module 3, they go through a very progressive process. And through these processes, they do a lot of reflection, sharing of best practices, group discussions, panel discussions. They look into themselves and in their system and try to identify a leadership change project and accordingly make the plan. And it's not necessary that they do the project or complete the project within the training period, but they will be given some number of months to complete that project. And in order to be effective and to ensure that they get the required support and to measure the changes that they have been able to bring about in their agency, we try to bring on board their supervisor so that he or she gives the required coaching and mentoring and handholding in implementing these leadership change projects. As far as possible, we have tried our best in aligning our assessment frameworks and measurement tools with the best practices globally, like assessment, aligning our assessment criteria to our learning objectives, ensuring that the assessment is clear and communicated on time and that it is student-oriented. And lastly, we also use a good balance of formative and summative assessment. Thank you. And with these 8 lucky signs, offering of 8 lucky signs, I would like to honor our participants and the guests here and wish you all the best and have a nice day in Korea. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you indeed for that very inspiring point. Taking, of course, from Anna's presentation on the importance of changing the mindsets and the importance of leadership. Thank you very much for that very brilliant presentation, which focused indeed on public service training assessment toward capacity building. And we'll talk more about that in our open forum. Our next presenter, dear friends, will be delivered by Mr. Lee Pomonirao. Pardon me if I can't pronounce it so well, but Mr. Lee, he's now the Director of Research and Dissemination Department of the National School of Local Administration of Cambodia. His presentation will focus on effective national to local public governance for SDG implementation in Cambodia. If you recall, Ms. Anna talked about the importance of national-local relations. So now, dear friends, let's all welcome Mr. Lee Pomonirao with a big round of applause. Sir, you now have the floor.
Good afternoon, His Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today I have the pleasure to share the experience on the practice and experience on the national to local governance for SDG implementation in Cambodia. So as I have a time limited, I will discuss shortly, but most importantly in this format content. So in Cambodia, we don't have the in Cambodia, we have to nationalize the SDG into CSDG, which stands for Cambodian Sustainable Development Goal. And we don't have separate plan for SDG, but we integrated in the national plan for National Strategic Development Plan. And in this NSDP, we conduct the M&E every 2 years, and for the VNR report, we conducted in 2019, and I'm going to show the result in the next slide. And here is the main actor in SDG localization. As you see, there's all the ministry over there, but what I want to stress in the slide is the NCDDS, which stands for National Committee for Democratic Development, which play an important role as the cross-government agency in facilitating all ministries in implementing the SDG. And here is the CSDG in Cambodia. You know, the global SDG have 17, but in Cambodia we have another additional goal is the clearance of mine. And here just to make a comparison between the CSDG and SDG in Cambodia. You see the 18 goal, 88 target, and 148 indicator. And here's just the illustration of the comparison of the target comparing the global SDG and the CSDG. You see the red line is the SDG, while the blue line is CSDG in terms of the target. And here as well, I will compare the target of the Earth, indicator of the CSDG and SDG, while you see at the slide. And what I want to mention in my presentation is the subnational administration and the CSDG. So before I go on to talk about the subnational administration and the CSDG, I would like to get the overview of this local government in Cambodia. As you see, there are three here. That is province and capital, and the middle is the district, municipal, and can, while the local level is commune and sankat. And in Cambodia, we do the decentralization and decentralization reform. That means we are not going to transfer all functions at the same time, but we are going to transfer the function based on the capacity of the local governance. And through this reform, SNA can contribute more effectively to the CSDG. And in order to implement this reform as sub-administration, we have the National Program for Subnational Democratic Development in phase 2, which is from 2021 to 2013. And this one, I just want to share you the 5 components, and you can Google it online and then read it in detail. There's a 5 component, and this is also the in the NPSDD. There's also mentioned about the cross-cutting issue, which is about the gender and social inclusiveness, climate change, and e-governance. That is what in discuss. And here I just want to make a short illustration on the case of MDK, and in terms of function transfer and the target or the goal of the SDG, which you can see in detail in the slide. And here I would like to discuss on the overview progress of CSDG. You see that there are six goals, which is over than 60% ahead or on track, while there's up to 12 goal, which is below the 12%. But I would like to mention in this slide is the no target, no data. It means that we have a lot of gap that we cannot identify based on the data availability. So in this slide, in the first slide, I discussed on the national level that Cambodian integrate in national strategy plan. And in this slide, I will discuss on the subnational administration. So SNA or subnational administration contribute the CSDG into their 5-year development plan and 3-year rolling program. 5-year development plan means the plan that once a local council win election, they have to develop 5-year plan based on their mandate. Or some countries, they say the local assembly, but in Cambodia, we said local council. And however, they integrate the CSDG in the 5-year development plan and 3-year rolling program, but they didn't know really well. So that is the limitation, and as well as the location of budget and some kind of data availabilities. And through of this challenge, the government will put it into the, we address it in the challenge of the DD reform as well. So here's the National School of Local Administration in contribution to the SDG. So there are 2 main role and responsibility of NASLA. The first one is the educational institute, and the second one is the research, because we also conduct research in addition to the training as well. So it's just the key that succession for the CSDG in the decentralization reform. So the first one is the alignment. So we have the NSDP as the national level, and the 5-year development plan and 3-year rolling program at local level. So the better alignment, the better improvement of the SDG implementation. And in DD reform, we are going to transfer more function and focus more on the middle tier, which is the municipal, can, and district. And another suggestion is subnational administration alone cannot be able to perfectly implement the SDG localization, but they need the collaboration with the stakeholder like private sector and NGO. We have them support both technically and financially. That is the suggestion. And this is one of the suggestions from NASLA. I will skip this slide and discuss it in detail about this slide. So for NASLA, we are going to seek for support in terms of capacity training for trainer, both at NASLA and at subnational administration. And we are trying to find some more technical and effectively and efficiency in designing the 5-year development plan and 3-year rolling program, or we can say development strategy plan. And another one is the database, which is very important. As you can see that at the progress, there's a big shoot data that are not identified yet. So we are trying to develop the online local government database. At the same time, we are trying to seek for support for data collection as well. Because when their information is not good, it becomes on the data collection and translate it into the information. And in 2023, we are going to conduct the TOT, which we are divided into 4 main steps. The first one is better understanding, that we are trying to identify the current situation. Maybe we're going to kind of sort of survey to identify whether the local government can on each step that we're going to conduct the TOT. And then we are going to try to consult with the local administration. At the same time, we hopefully can raise awareness at the same time through, for example, consultative workshop or dissemination workshop. And then in the third step, we are going to consult with the national level, with the UNDESA, UNDP, ADB, and Ministerial Planning, for example. And then the last but not least, we're going to co-design the training material and conducting training method, the TOT. Thank you for my presentation.
Thank you very much. Very important point when we talk about the implementation, the role of the subnational local governments. And of course, that one point I mentioned, perhaps we could discuss this later on, will be the issue of the not enough budget at the local level. But you also pointed the importance of database. We shall now proceed to our final speaker, certainly not the last, not the least, but certainly may I now introduce to you our last presenter. The presentation will be delivered by no other than the Honorable Grace Malera, who is the Ombudsman, Office of the Ombudsman of Malawi. Her presentation will focus on, very important point, transparency, accountability, and ethics in the institutions in Malawi. Altogether, dear friends, online and here in the session, let's all welcome the Honorable Grace Malera with a round of applause. Madam Grace. Madam Ombudsman.
Thank you, moderator, for the kind words and warm welcome. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think in the interest of time, I'll just say all protocols observed, and allow me to start off by expressing how honored and privileged I am to join this symposium, particularly because I'm learning a lot from the Asia-Pacific region. I think from the opening session to the setting the scene session, what I'm gathering is that the experiences in the Asia-Pacific region are not specific or unique to that region. We actually share a lot of similarities, from speaker to speaker, highlighting the challenges that we are facing, from the global crisis, recovering from COVID, and the economic crisis. I think that just resonates with the situation in Africa. So I thought in coming to my presentation, perhaps I would move away the conversation from all the challenges that we are facing globally and focus on some positive stories from Africa, particularly Malawi, in terms of how we remain resilient in institutionalizing accountability, ethics, and transparency in public sector institutions in line with Goal 16 of the SDGs, and given that that remains central to the attainment of sustainable development. So I will briefly touch on the two key questions that I'm addressing in my presentation. I'll give a brief background of the Office of the Ombudsman and our collaboration with UNDESA. And in particular, I'll end by highlighting how international good practice is inspiring actions at the national level in Malawi. So my key questions are, number one, how international good practices inspire actions at the national level. And number two, were the kind of assistance that we've received and continue to receive from UNDESA, and how that is strengthening public institutions to facilitate a more coherent implementation of the SDGs. Malawi is a member of the UN United Nations, so we are under an obligation to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals, even though I think from the many presentation on the evaluations, globally we are all lagging behind. For Malawi, this is also true. The implementation of the SDGs is affected by a number of factors. For purposes of this conversation, I highlight the issue of corruption. 30% of our national budget is lost through corruption. And this has been stated by many eminent persons in Malawi. A recent World Bank report, as fresh as 2022, shows that Malawi is still half of our population lives in poverty. We remain amongst the 10 poorest countries of the world, but we still remain a resilient people. These worsening statistics affect our efforts in attaining sustainable development goals, particularly Goal 1, 2, 10, and 16. And we have unreliable and unresponsive public service delivery because of these factors. To mitigate all of this, which is why I'm emphasizing on resilience, we have a new overarching national development policy, which is the Malawi 2063. It is aligned to the SDGs and a number of other international instruments. It's focusing on eradication of poverty, eradication of inequalities, and ending corruption, which is where my office comes in. And as Ombudsman, we have a very wide mandate under the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi to ensure that people access justice, particularly administrative justice, to ensure effective and efficient public service delivery, to investigate and make inquiries on issues of maladministration, and to ensure that ethics is institutionalized in public services. How does the UNDESA come in? We collaborated with UNDESA as well as UNDP, UNDP Malawi, on a capacity development program, which culminated into a needs assessment and delivery of a national training workshop on transparency, accountability, and ethics in public institutions just some months ago, led by Anna and the team from the UN. One of the tools that we centered on in that workshop is the curriculum that Anna referred to on governance for the Sustainable Development Goals. At the end of that workshop, we gathered mid and senior level public servants from different public service delivery sectors. We had people from electricity, water board, academia, civil society organizations, and accountability organizations to give them capacity, to strengthen their awareness on SDGs, and to do an in-depth analysis on how they can contribute to the achievement of Malawi 2063 as well as the SDGs. So from that workshop, we continue to see how international good practices is inspiring actions at the national level. I've brought with me a few examples. Number one is that our National Anti-Corruption Bureau is now preparing to entrench issues of ethics in the Malawi education curriculum. We believe in training, train them while they are young, That's what we are saying, because sometimes we have had a generation that was never exposed to a curriculum on ethics, taking up jobs and everything, and we're expecting them to change overnight. So we are believing in training while they're young so that they are socialized into a culture of respect for ethics, accountability, and transparency. So that's for the Anti-Corruption Bureau, which we work collaboratively with. For the Office of the Ombudsman, we have been given a mandate to institutionalize ethics in the public institutions in Malawi under an overall program of public sector reforms, which is situated in the Office of the Vice President to give it the political will that it needs, and also to entrench it in an institution that is already an accountability and governance oversight institution. At that point, we also work closely with Parliament. I think in the morning, one of the speakers emphasized the role of Supreme Audit institutions and Parliament. As Office of the Ombudsman, we provide oversight and holding accountable duty bearers. The one example that I can give here is two systematic inquiries that we have done on the utilization of COVID funds by different government entities, particularly at the local council. So this is one way of ensuring that ethics is entrenched and also accountability. We continue to carry out capacity building in areas of ethics and integrity, inspired by the training that we had from the UNDSA. We carried out a cross-section of a workshop with a cross-section of stakeholders in ethics and integrity, particularly on the International Ethics Day. We have set up a mechanism of sectoral ombudsman in all our public health facilities, close to 467, which is a platform where accountability is observed and transparency even at the lowest levels. And finally, we carry out day-to-day complaints resolution. People come to us to lodge complaints on access to justice, and we resolve those complaints by holding relevant duty bearers accountable. Looking forward, we hope that from this symposium and with continued collaboration with UNDSA, we can scale up all our activities in ethics and integrity mainstreaming at the national level in the public service, and that we can also scale up capacity building activities on transparency across the public sector. The 2030 agenda for sustainable development will never be realized without transparent, accountable, and ethical public institutions. So it is important that we institutionalize ethics across public sectors in our countries. And for us, the government of Malawi is implementing a number of sector reforms to ensure that we have efficient, accountable, transparent, and responsive public service. We need to continue efforts at scaling up interventions and collaborations in this regard. I think I will emphasize much stakeholder collaboration from the global to the regional to the national level. I thank you so much for granting me this platform.
Thank you very much to our Ombudsman for that very challenging presentation. Indeed, you said that, yes, there are also some good practices where we learn from each other, and I like your reference to the importance of our duty bearers. Okay? So we shall now proceed to our open forum, but even before we do so, as you know, today's session, we first had an overview provided by our UN expert, governance expert, Madam Anna Torland, who talked about all the curriculum. Then we zeroed in on the experience of Lao, on one-stop shop, challenges. They talked about the importance of information. Then we talked about the importance of capacity building from Bhutan and Cambodia. They talked about the importance of national-local relations. And of course, very important point that cuts across when the Malawi experience, transparency, accountability, and the role of our duty bearers. Okay, so perhaps we can entertain questions from the floor. But even before we do so, there are now questions that were handed in from through online, and Dr. Praveen handed me some questions. So if there's no question, at least for the moment from the floor, we shall recognize you first, sir, then we shall take turns, okay? So we'll have a question from the floor, then I will now also go to some questions from the online, okay? I think we're about 28 minutes for open forum. Thank you, sir. Please, sir, do you mind identifying yourself first? Okay.
Can I start?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much. Once again, thank you for all the Asia Pacific who are giving us a lessonful practices and best practices that we can take home. And my question is for my colleague from Malawi, Africa. You said that there is National Anti-Corruption Commission. So most of the countries nowadays have their own anti-corruption commission or bureau or agencies at the national level. However, the magnitude of corruption is complicated and rising here and there. So, would you suggest, or the panelists, would you suggest the best practices to overcome this, the tsunami of corruption around the globe or Asia Pacific to achieve sustainable development goal? Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's a huge question. And perhaps our colleague from Malawi would like to respond some of the good practices, and perhaps anybody from the floor on some of the good and best practices. I didn't get your name, sir. You're also from Malawi, sir? From Ethiopia. Okay. Thank you so much for our colleague from Ethiopia who has a very important question. Good. How can this indeed be addressed? Okay. Would you like to, Ombudsman Grace, ma'am?
Thank you for that important question. I think it presents, it's a kind of mixed bag. In spite of having anti-corruption bureaus in our nations, why do we seem to be having a tsunami of corruption, as you have called it? Number one, I would say, on the one hand, perhaps it just tells us the sad story that corruption is so entrenched in our societies. That's on the one hand. On the flip side, it should be telling us a good story that our anti-corruption agencies, in our case, the Anti-Corruption Bureau, are doing a good job of awareness and prevention. So people are now able to recognize corruption and report it. So we think there's a tsunami of corruption, but probably it has always been there. It's just that now we are more aware and we are reporting it. In terms of the best practices that I can speak of coming from Malawi is ensuring that our anti-corruption bureaus are truly independent. In most countries, our anti-corruption bureaus will be independent on paper, in the constitutions or laws that establish them, but probably with zero political will. Speaking for Malawi, at least our government leaders have from time and again emphasized the need for an independent anti-corruption bureau and all governance institutions, including the Office of the Ombudsman. Number two is making sure that a best practice is that the anti-corruption head himself or herself, for Malawi it is herself, it's a former ombudsman, I took over from her, ensuring the independent process of appointing them. So for our case in Malawi, our anti-corruption head is appointed by parliament. You do not want anti-corruption heads to be appointed by government or executive arm of government. Ensuring that they are well funded is another best practice. This remains a challenge for us in Malawi. And ensuring that there is much stakeholder collaboration. The anti-corruption agencies alone are not going to fight a good job of eradicating corruption. We need concerted efforts and much stakeholders. So for our SCB, the workshop that I'm talking about, that our colleagues from UNDSA supported, we had the Anti-Corruption Bureau joining us and we drawing joint action plans and strategies. So we cannot do without much stakeholder collaboration. And that's also a fourth best practice that I can share from Malawi, but I'm sure colleagues have got additional responses to that question. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So you talked about the dissonance. You have structures, implementation, and our ombudsman said people, participation. I guess in our word we'd call it, since you talk about duty bearers, the importance of claim holders. Okay? So we have some questions from the floor, from Zoom or from the online. I think these are addressed to our colleagues from Cambodia and Bhutan. But anyway, one question here is, how can local authorities implement Goal 17 through local government agencies? And a similar question, I guess, how can local authorities reduce the risk of disasters? So focus on the role of local governments. Would our colleague from Cambodia would like to answer it, since it's about local authorities? And of course, without prejudice to anybody wanting to add more. Thank you very much.
Hello. I'm sorry, may you...
Yeah, the question, sir. How can local authorities implement Goal 17 through local government agencies? I guess, how can local authorities implement Goal 17 through local agencies? So your focus is on the role of local governments, right? Okay, SNAs. How can they be? And in your presentation, you talk about them being in the front lines, if you may. Okay.
Thank you for the question. So regarding with the local governance, I would discuss on their role and responsibility. So in the local governance, we have the local council, which the one have a mandate of 5 years. When they won the election, they have to win the vote directly from the citizens. So in order to answer to the first question is regarding with
SDG 17, sir.
Okay.
Partnerships.
For the goal. In their development plan, when they develop their plan, they have to integrate the plan or the other. I mean, how to say if the NGO want to develop or want to help the local governance, they also have a gap which to fill in the format of the 5-year development goal. And at the same time, at the 3-year rolling program, they have integration workshop, which the local government established a host of workshop, and they invite all their private sector, invite all the local NGO, and invite all other ministry to they want to how to say, whether I say very simple to sell the project, whether they reach or meet the same mission or goal of the local NGO or private sector, so they can just invest in that. That is one. And regarding with the climate change, in the NSDP, they state that some administration have to manage to control and to make sure that the development of the local administration have to follow up with the climate change as well. But however, in Cambodia, the climate change is not really much effective as other countries. As you see that there's no big disaster in Cambodia as well.
Thank you very much. So the role of local governments as frontliners. Would you like to address this, Anna, or anybody else? Then we'll ask one question from the floor.
Well, I would like to add that cities are at the front line of disasters, and more people are living in cities, and sometimes in exposed areas for disasters. So how local governments can do better job for disaster risk reduction, I think, is they do a good planning, a good local DRR planning integrated into the development plan. Also, very important, localizing the SDGs, integrating the commitments also from the Paris Agreement into the local level. So some of these things, and for tomorrow we have the forest site planning, so if local authorities look at the future scenarios.
Thank you for bringing the role of the cities, and they being the frontliners, and of course you talk about the importance of alignment as far as is concerned and planning. Dr. Chowdhury, did I get you? I'm not sure. Sir? Yes, then we'll get the other question from online. Thank you, Ma'am Anna. Yes. Sir, please. Dr. Chowdhury. Yeah, then after you, okay.
Thank you very much, Alex. We share a panel together.
Yes, I remember.
Advisory board together, or
in New York,
South Network for Public Service Innovation.
Yes, sir, I remember, sir.
Met in person, so great that we're meeting today.
Yes, I remembered you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Anir Chaudhary. I'm policy advisor to the Aspire to Innovate program in Bangladesh from the ICT Ministry and the Cabinet Office, Cabinet Division. One of the things that we have done in Bangladesh is to rename corruption with 3 indexes as far as digitization is concerned, and those are time, cost, and the number of visits, TCV for short. And in the last 10, 11 years, we've done a calculation to see how much TCV we have reduced by actually offering about 1,500 services online. About 4 billion services have been delivered in the last 10, 11 years electronically. And we have calculated that we've saved citizens about 12 billion work days in terms of time, about $16 billion in terms of cost, and about 7.5 billion visits have been eliminated. So that's how we actually redefined or reassessed corruption without talking about corruption directly. So just wanted to, and that was very effective because when we started about 13 years ago, corruption, transparency, these words set up walls and we could not actually go past them. But when we put up the concept of TCV, it took us a few years to define that. But when we put up the concept of TCV, it was much well accepted and also was accepted in what is our annual performance agreement that the Cabinet Office signs with all the other line ministries. So just wanted to ask the Honorable Ombudsman or anybody in the panel whether you have come up with similar sort of roundabout strategies to address corruption in an effective and measurable way. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. You said TCD?
TCV. Time, cost,
time,
visits.
Cost, measuring. And you're able to save millions
time,
of dollars.
cost, visits.
Okay.
Yes. So you're measuring them in billions now.
So measurable, in other words.
Yes.
So a question for our ombudsman, sir, and then next question will be by yourself, ma'am. Or shall we gather the questions first? Okay. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. My name is Brigida Suarez. I'm from Timor-Leste, the Office of Prime Minister. Since the first session and the second session of today, what I've observed and heard is more about all the challenges of the implementation of the SDGs itself, and it's 7 years already. And my question is, before that question, I would like to say that every year, every country prepare and present their own VNR as the information and progress of the implementation of all the 17 SDGs. The issues are the same. Every year, people come share the same issues, data collection, and the progress of the implementation, besides COVID and other issues around. So my question is to UN, of course, Ms. Anna, what is the effort of UN in supporting every country on those kind of issues? And the second is the monitoring and evaluation. We talk about the curriculum. One of the big problems here is we don't have, because data issues, we don't have many experts in monitoring and especially analyzing the data and data gaps that many countries face. What is your suggestion to those kind of issues in every country to face the same issue? Thank you.
Thank you. But first we shall ask a reply from our ombudsman. And if there's anybody in the panel who would like to address it, certainly, please do so. Then we'll reply to the question from our colleague from Timor-Leste who talked about the importance of data, among other things. So TCB, measuring, how is it done in Malawi, Madam Ombudsman?
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that experience. I would definitely take it back with me to Malawi, quite innovative. But without perhaps using that nomenclature, there is quite some innovations that are happening in Malawi. Number one is, I think, a point that was raised in the morning, that in holding duty bearers accountable and in tracking public expenditure, the focus should not be so much just on the quantity, how much money was allocated and how much has been utilized, but also the quality of service. So speaking for the Office of the Ombudsman, we are able to do systemic investigations like the one I spoke about on COVID funding and how it was utilized and the impact thereof to the end user, which is the Malawian citizenry. So budget tracking, systemic investigations on service delivery, but also a lot of civic engagement that continues to hold duty bearers accountable to focus on quality rather than quantity is happening. And packaging of information. So when we are holding duty bearers accountable, we are moving away from the focus of just showing figures of how much, like I said, 30% of our budget is lost in in corruption. But we are going to show what the Malawian citizens have been deprived because of that 30% illicitly flowing from the public expenditure. So the packaging and the presentation of the messages to our policymakers, and of course backed with a lot of evidence, is also happening to innovate around this. And just as Bangladesh, although we are moving at a slow pace, but we do have now the e-government initiative, so that most of our services are going to be digitalized, taking away use of paperwork, but also cash payments to individuals into a digital system that perhaps will close some loopholes where money was being taken out illicitly from the systems. So we have digitalized our road traffic services. We have digitalized the electricity payment, water payments, and we continue to roll into other public services in order to curtail some of those loopholes. So those are a few innovations, but I like the Bangladesh example, and certainly that's something that we'll think about when we get home. Thank you.
So indeed, your ways of what are the costs? What have they been deprived of? I think that's what she said. So our question from Timor-Leste to Madam Anna.
Thank you.
Then we have 3 more questions, and we have to manage the session. Ma'am.
Thank you very much for your question. VNRs, voluntary national reviews, are the ownership of the country, and this is the way they can make the progress, report on the progress of the SDGs. And I think what is the beauty of the VNRs is the process, the dialogue with the stakeholders, the engagement, the consultations, that give the country what are the challenges and what can be the solutions for the country themselves. From the UN, how we support the VNRs is from our UN country team in the country, in each of the countries, so we reach out to them. But also you hear this morning Tonias, who is in the Intergovernmental Division. So I'm very happy to link you with them to look at how Timor-Leste can be supported. And you have a second question, very important area of monitoring and evaluation. This is fundamental, monitoring and evaluation, your national SDGs plans. We are working in UNDESA to develop a framework for monitoring and evaluation, which is in progress. But also we have some capacity development already in Vanuatu, and we have into the toolkits, we have a component on monitoring and evaluation. I'm happy to give you, during the symposium, we can have some discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. The toolkits are indeed very powerful, I can say. Okay, we have 2 questions online, one for Bhutan and another for Lao. For Bhutan, how can we conduct trainings on behalf of behavioral changes? How can we conduct training, I guess within the context of what Madam Anna mentioned, changing the mindsets. Then we'll have one more question for Lao. Okay. Yes,
thank you.
Madam Commissioner.
Thank you for the question. Before I answer that question, I would like to share Bhutan's experience with regard to TCB of concept of Bangladesh, which is really good. I would like to state that we are also heading towards the same direction. We have an anti-corruption commission as an autonomous agency doing its functions as well. But besides that, in the Royal Civil Service Commission, all the government agencies, the leaders, the senior officials, we are trying to assess their performance, evaluate their performance based on time, cost, and benefits. So we are moving towards that consciously and with so much effort that I would like to share. Thank you. And the question directed to training, how
Yes.
can we
how can we conduct trainings on behavioral changes?
Okay.
Changing the
I know that changing behavior and changing the mindset is quite a challenge. I think we'll have to look at the whole approach of our training and development programs, starting from the selection criteria to the mode of delivery of the training. It needs a very thorough follow-up and close observation and collaboration with the trainers, with the supervisors, as well as the participants. So we try to do that. We have made enormous effort in trying to implement this through involvement of the supervisors so that they know what kind of training their civil servants or their staff have gone through, and so that they can follow up and, for instance, self-development planning. The supervisor might have seen some weaknesses in the officer, but he may not have known how to address it, how to go about in addressing the weakness in the problem of the staff. So he can follow up on the training or the things that he or she has learned and try to not force the behavioral change, but inspire through incentives, inspire through role modeling, inspire through building a very fair and strong system. Behavioral and changing the mindset is quite difficult, but we need good role models, good system in place. So that much I would like to say. Hope my answer is adequate. Thank you.
In fact, they have a publication, there's a publication on the changing mindsets. Okay, so I may now call on our Honorable Vice Minister. The question here is, what have been the major learnings from ODSC to achieve higher citizen satisfaction to reduce corruption in Lao PDR? What have been the major learnings from ODSC, the one-stop, to achieve higher citizen satisfaction and, of course, reduce corruption? How has the one-stop shop essentially addressed higher citizen satisfaction and reduce corruption, a theme that we've discussed today? Thank you, Mr. Vice Minister.
Thank you for the very good question. So it's linked to that, how to improve that good governance. So what is the learning that we also evaluate that the conducting of that one door service in my country as the district level, and also that we also survey the public hearing that who are using that the one door service by questionnaire and also that the interview. And that is also we have that we have the regulation that for transparency, that like a fee of the service and how long it takes and how much that for that service. And this is because of that. Why? Because of before that the service in each of the ministry is that we don't know, there's some hiding and like under the table or something like that. But this is more transparent, more open. That is we observe that people have access to that one door service more and more, and also that the timing is shorter and shorter. And also that from the house that in generate that the revenue or income of that the more increased is based on that's because of the centralized of the finance of that in ODSC. So that's why it's compared with the previous time. We lose some income that from services. So that's why that we found that we have to support for anti-corruption and reduce that there's some for losing that the income of the government.
Thank you. Thank you. So it goes to what Dr. Chowdhury also mentioned about the TCB, which is something that has continued to emerge. You talk about the importance of conducting survey, listening to the people, if you may, right? The claim holders, and of course, a variation of the TCB. Okay, I think we have time for one final question before we wrap up. Yeah? Sir?
Okay, thank you for this opportunity.
Could you introduce yourself, sir? For the record?
Concern is, my name is Vishnu. I am from Nepal, administrative staff.
Namaste.
My question is His Excellency Vice Minister. There are 36 one-door service centers across the nation. How do you, it's a kind of service access to the people, being a big geography, more than 7 million people, service access to the people is how you are managing. I mean, how do you manage the geographical? That means distance barrier to reach out to the people, that center. Center is very limited, only 36. So how you manage all over the country? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Yes, I got your point that is geography. Yeah. That is from my presentation. That is actually that we have. There is the 148 district, but we can set up only that 36 ODSC. Because of that, because in the remote area, because of the mountainous area and the difficult to access, and also that is the less of the number of the services. So that's why we didn't setting up that $1 service. Just we support that more mobile service that the district officer have to bring the service to the people. That's the way we use that. And for the more that the the crowded the district, of course that how people can access to the services. So that's why that we push the district to establish that $1 service, then people can access that our result like that.
Thank you. So the importance of, I think one of the things you also mentioned, I saw that in the challenges, was for the people to know. I think there's a lack of information about the one-stop shop. I think that you mentioned. I saw that in your slide. Okay, dear friends, we have to manage the time, but even as we do so, we would like to thank our speakers. We had an excellent overview by our governance expert, Madam Anna, who talked about the various aspects of the curriculum. Then we zeroed in on the one-stop shop of Lao, the challenges, and of course he'll talk about the challenges in geography. Then we talked about the importance of changing mindsets through training, capacity building, Bhutan, the importance of leadership. Then we had a very excellent presentation from Cambodia on national-local relations, local governments as the front lines. You cannot ignore our SNAs, but they have to be appropriately supported, national-local relations. And finally, I think that has come across all of our discussion, the importance of transparency, accountability, and ethics. And we've learned from our colleagues, from our ombudsman from Malawi, who talk about also why we are here together learning from each other. And of course, I think one thing that emerged from the floor is the intervention of Dr. Chowdhury, among others, who talk about the importance of measuring TCB. So with that, dear friends, let's us give a round of applause to our very distinguished speakers. We learned a lot today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
This concludes special session 1. How about we also give a big round of applause to Dr. Brillantes for his excellent moderation. We will take a break for 20 minutes. Let's meet again in this room at 3:30 p.m.
Okay, thank you very much, and good afternoon once again. Ladies and gentlemen, may I respectfully welcome you to the section, and we're progressing quickly. And now I have the pleasure to introduce to you the moderator for this session in the person of Mr. Kepin Yao. Kepin is a senior governance and public administration expert with UNPOG DPIDG of UNDESTA. Kepin, you have the floor.
Thank you, Dana. Welcome to thematic session 1 on promoting government innovation and accelerating digital transformation to address global challenges. It's my great pleasure to be the moderator of this session. Promoting government innovation and accelerating digital transformation have become imperative to address complex and social economic challenges in the process of COVID-19 pandemic recovery, as well as serious global challenges such as climate change and food and energy crisis. Accelerating digital transformation at the national and local levels can contribute to addressing global challenges in a more inclusive and effective manner. It allows for more effective, agile, and responsive policies and services to citizens by governments. It also provides digital platforms for different stakeholders to participate and collaborate for innovative solutions to global challenges. Actually, this morning, during the high-level opening session and setting the scene session, we have already heard a lot about the importance of promoting government innovation and accelerating digital transformation. As pointed out in the opening remarks by the U.S. Li Junhua and the Minister of the MOIS and the Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. Mr. Ban also called on us to redouble our efforts at all levels to promote government innovation and accelerate the digital transformation for all. In the high-level session, the delegate from Lao PDR talked about the importance of digital transformation in the public sector and society, while expressing his concerns about many challenges to reap the benefits of digital technology due to lack of digital capacities and infrastructure, especially in remote areas. Our delegate from Ethiopia expressed the same concerns about the lack of digital skills and capacities for digital transformation. Professor Park Soon-nae also highlighted the critical role of public sector and digital transformation for service delivery and combating corruption. Our delegate from Bangladesh, Mr. Sabo, also called upon us to innovate radically. Our colleagues from New York also, when they talk about Vienna exercises, they also pointed out the importance of digital transformation, especially in the education and the healthcare sectors, while cautioning about the issue of a lack of digital competency and digital skills, and the vulnerable populations further left behind in the process of digitization and e-government development. And also the second capacity needs assessment also highlighted the country demands for capacity development in digital government and digital transformation. And with that, today, this afternoon, we are very honored to have 6 distinguished delegates to deliver their presentations on this important issue. So 3 of our distinct delegates on site, and also we have 1 video message to be delivered by Mr. Vincenzo, the Chief of Digital Government Branch of DPIDG. And also we have 2 online speakers from China and Malaysia. So without much ado, let me welcome the first speaker, Mr. Vincenzo Aquara, to deliver his video message. Technical team, can you play his presentation? Thank you.
Thank you, Keeping. And it's a great pleasure and honor to be today, even if only virtually, at this very important symposium. The United Nations E-Government Survey is a flagship publication of the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Since 2001, it is issued every 2 years and has been recognized as a valuable measurement and development tool, serving also as policy framework for public sector on digitalization. I do believe all of you is familiar with the survey methodology and its quantitative composite index called the E-Government Development Index, or EGDI. The EGDI is based on 3 sub-indices: the Online Service Index, the Telecommunication Infrastructure Index, and the Human Capital Index. The survey presents a ranking and a rating based on the EGDI, organized in 4 main groups: very high, high, middle, and low EGDI, further divided in 12 different rating classes. Within those groups, countries with the same rating class have the same level of digital development. In 2022, a limited number of changes has been introduced to improve the methodology and to take into account lessons learned from the previous editions, feedback and recommendation from member states, and from expert group meetings. The most relevant one is about the Online Service Index, OSI. The 2022 OSI has been calculated based on 5 categories: institutional framework, service provisions, content provisions, technologies, and e-participation, with the OSI as a whole calculated based on the normalized value for each sub-index. This new approach introduced the concept of a composite online service index, and a weight has been assigned for each category. The 12th edition of the survey offers new evidence on how technologies is transforming the way governments operate, shifting from the traditional technocratic approach to an integrated digital agenda that is policy-oriented, people-centric, and data-driven. It illustrates how e-government has expanded and evolved from silos to all of government and all of society's approaches. At a glance, there is improvement in global trends with the transforming of many countries from lower to higher GDI groups. More than 2/3 of the countries are now in the high and very high GDI group, and only 7 countries are in the low GDI, 6 of them from Africa. While we have observed widespread reliance on digital technologies for service delivering during the COVID-19, digital transformation has not yet materialized worldwide in a more homogeneous and comprehensive manner, especially for developing countries. Overall, the upward trend is encouraging, but the global average GDI value raised less than our expectations, as highlighted by the red circle in the slide. At regional level, Europe continues to remain for the 12th time the leading region, followed by Asia, the Americas, Oceania, and Africa. Despite investments in technology and the development gains achieved in many countries, the digital divide persists and for some group of countries increase. Using the global average GDI as a proxy for measuring the digital divide, the 2022 survey indicates that about 45% of the combined population of the United Nations member states, about 3.5 billion people, still lag behind. In Africa, 50 out of 54 countries has GDI values below the global average, and the same is true for 11 of the 12 seats in Oceania. As clearly shown in this map, ongoing challenges continue to undermine the development efforts of many countries, especially the least developed countries and seats. Even before the COVID pandemic, there were widening socioeconomic inequalities exacerbated by digital gaps, but the accelerated digitalization for a fast recovery has magnified this divide. The digital divide is now the new face of inequality, and the global community needs to take action to leave no one behind. One of the key lessons learned is that the future will be still hybrid and not digital. The primary objective is recognizing human agency and supporting human development through digitalization. Therefore, the future should be an inclusive, integrated, analog digital ecosystem that will ensure no one is left behind, and to do so should adopt the principles of inclusion by default and inclusion by design. It means more proactive effort to acknowledge and identify gaps and to provide new mechanisms to engagement vulnerable populations so that possible discriminations are better identified and overcome to improve the lives of those who need the most. The global community can contribute to leaving no one behind in digital government through knowledge exchange, strategic partnership, and collaborative capacity development. And the digital government should work always as an equalizer for inclusions. To do so, leaving no one behind should guide policy development and implementation in e-government and more in general in the public sector. Government should adopt inclusion by design strategies before doing digital by design. A whole-of-government approach that integrates multi-level, multi-sectorial, and multidisciplinary strategies and partnerships is also needed for the implementation of inclusive digital government. And targeted, localized, and contextualized approaches should be developed for different groups of vulnerable, as not all excluded groups are confronted with the same barriers. At the same time, innovations and new technologies must aim to be truly inclusive. As for today, more member states are developing cutting-edge technologies such as cloud computing, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and 5G. Some have been developing new methods for exploiting data-driven policy and decision-making tools, and have created pilot initiatives and sandboxes to design, validate, and scale up innovative solutions. New approaches, such as complex network analysis and use of big data, are strengthening member state analytical and anticipatory capabilities and are shaping future development scenarios. Governments are setting themselves up to better anticipate and respond to the needs of all members of society. Looking at the future, the survey indicates that a growing number of countries are moving towards seamless, invisible government in which fully automated services are made available without any interaction with the citizens, as well as new personalized services are accessible to anyone, anytime, from anywhere. But the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development should remain the government blueprint for building a more resilient and inclusive future, with leaving no one behind becoming more and more the operational principle for guiding digital development and for making e-government as a force for good. To conclude, allow me to share some global and regional performance. This is the top world-leading countries with the highest rating class. We have 8 countries from Europe: Denmark, Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Netherlands, UK, Ireland, and Malta, 4 from Asia, South Korea, Singapore, UAE, and Japan, and 1 from Americas, USA, and 2 from Oceania, New Zealand and Australia. UAE and Malta joins this group for the first time. At the regional level, Asia increased its average value from 0.57 to 0.64 in 2020, becoming the second most advanced region in e-government development as a whole. Republic of Korea, Singapore, UAE, and Japan lead in the region with the highest rating class, very H. 15 member states are in very high GDI. 1 member state moved from high to very high. 1 member state moved down from very high to high GDI. 22 member states are in the high GDI. 3 member states moved from middle to high. And 10 member states are in the middle AGDI. And no member states are in the low AGDI. And let me conclude saying that more insights, analytics, content, and policy recommendations are in the report. Also, UNDESA hosts an online e-government knowledge base with all data sets, including the ranking for EGDI, e-participation, local online service index, and open government index. We welcome you to download the report and also to use our knowledge base for doing your own analytics. And I thank you for your thanks again for inviting me, and I give back the floor to the moderator.
I would like to thank Vincenzo for his presentation. In his presentation, he introduced the evolution of the methodological approach evolution in the UN e-government survey. And he highlighted the importance of integration and data in assessment of member states' e-government development. And also, he also highlighted the importance of building an inclusive and hybrid digital ecosystem with inclusion by default and by design. He also highlighted important policy issues, including the global digital divide and leaving no one behind as an operational principle of e-government. He also emphasized the human development as a focus of innovation. And also, he also introduced lastly about the global and regional trends of e-government. Yeah, I would like to thank him. Next, is my great pleasure to invite our next presenter, Mr. Song Jin-sung, Director, Digital Government Cooperation Division, Ministry of Interior and Safety, Republic of Korea. He will deliver a presentation on the roadmap and strategy of the Republic of Korea for fostering people-centered digital government transformation. Mr. Song, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Song Ju-sun, Director of Digital Government Cooperation Division of the Ministry of Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea. It's my honor to deliver this presentation about Korea's roadmap and strategies for fostering people-centered digital transformation today. I'd like to start with a short introduction of Korea's digital government. In South Korea, we have 17,000 information systems in public sector. 89% of the adult population use digital government services, and 98% of users are satisfied with the services. Korea ranked first for the first OECD Digital Government Index in 2019, and as you see in the previous presentation, we are ranked within top 3 of UN e-government survey since 2010. It has been more than 50 years since the beginning of digital government in Korea. We had pan-government strategies and roadmaps even since the 1970s. The most significant ones are 11 e-government key projects after the enactment of the E-Government Act in 2001 and e-government roadmap for 2003 to 2007. The nationwide scale implementation was triggered by these roadmaps and strategies with top political priority. We had developed and updated our strategies continuously, reflecting technological and social changes. The most recent one is the Digital Platform Government Initiative. It was announced in May 2022, and the Presidential Committee for it was established in September. This slide summarizes the development of Korea's digital government, especially in terms of people-centeredness. We started with separated individual services only for specific functions like resident registration, vehicle registration, and land registration. There was no data sharing among services at that time. Then we developed integrated services for each policy area. Similar or related services could be accessed at the integrated web portal of each ministry. Data sharing was mostly limited within the same organization. Upon the development and proliferation of these services, the Korean government started whole-of-government services such as gov.kr and data.go.kr in 2010s. Through these services, people can find and apply for services for all government ministries and agencies more easily. Citizen-centered services such as live event services were started at this stage, and data sharing among different government entities has become inevitable. In 2020s, the Korean government has been developing personalized services in multiple channels in cooperation with the private sector. Private services and data are being connected and integrated with the private sector services and data to provide more useful, accessible, and convenient services for citizens. Although Korea has developed many digital government services and many citizens are making good use of them, we still have many issues to be addressed. Citizens are missing out on benefits or giving up them because many services are not user-friendly enough yet, and most services do not have a proactive approach. And like the most of governments, the Korean government also suffers from organizational silos and out-of-date legacy regulations. Because of them, a government entity can only access limited amount of data and make decisions based on them only. Even with their expertise and potentials for digital innovation, businesses of the private sector find it hard to engage in public service development due to lack of guidance and motivation. Therefore, to address these issues, the Korean government established the vision of digital platform government, a government that works with citizens and businesses to solve social problems and create new values upon the digital platform where all data are connected. Through the implementation of the digital platform government, we provide proactive, personalized, and seamless public services for citizens. Furthermore, using data and artificial intelligence will facilitate scientific and rational government management. Most of all, as the foundation of these changes, we establish ecosystem for public-private partnership. To help you understand the concept of digital platform government better, I would like to show you some key projects of digital platform government. The first one, the virtual assistant for citizens, is a personalized and proactive service delivery channel based on the new paradigm of public-private partnership. The back end of the services are provided by the government, and the front end is implemented by the private sector. Citizens can choose one of the widely used commercial apps, such as internet messengers and bank apps, to get the 23 types of personal notifications currently, and also a one-on-one consulting with the government. This service has more than 15 million users now, which is 40% of adult population in Korea. This service will evolve into My AI service that finds and recommends eligible benefits automatically for each citizen. Data portability allows individuals to obtain and reuse their personal data for their own purpose across different services. It is important to ensure trust between the government and people as data sharing among services will be expanded. My Data in the Public Sector is the name of the policy and systems for data portability in Korea. It supports citizen-driven data exchange and puts people in control of their own personal data sharing. This service covers datasets equivalent to 140 certificates, and the coverage will be expanded in the future. The Korean government also implemented the National Digital ID Platform using blockchain technology as the fundamental infrastructure for digital platform government. The digital IDs are stored in personal devices like smartphone and having the same legal effect with the traditional ID cards. It is a safe and reliable national platform with a decentralized architecture, and we already launched public officer's ID and driver's license and implementing other ID cards step by step. To facilitate decision-making based on data with whole-of-government approaches, we implement a government-wide data platform through which all ministries can share, connect, analyze, utilize, and manage data. In addition, we will use AI technology to collect, cleanse, tag, categorize, and analyze data more efficiently and quickly. To support database private-public partnership and growth of digital economy, we are going to focus on opening up more public data that are practically usable and economically valuable upon the demand of our citizens and businesses. We also concentrate on regulatory innovation for open data to remove bureaucratic barriers against open data. We completely reform the existing public data portal to a platform for citizens based on cloud services to combine, analyze, and share public and private data. The last example is the Digital Government Service API platform. This is the core platform for public-private partnership and service mashup. The Korean government will adopt the concept of microservice architecture and develop APIs for key components of government services to open them to citizens and businesses. This platform will support the collaboration between the public sector and the private sector to provide innovative hybrid services like the virtual assistant for citizens. Currently, we are in planning phases of this project, and we are aware that this task could be very difficult as it requires a complete overhaul of current digital government services. I would like to close today's presentation with the future expectations on the vision of digital platform government. Citizens will have better lives with proactive and personalized services. Businesses will grow in the ecosystem for innovation based on public-private partnership. The government will become more transparent, reasonable, and reliable through data-driven and scientific administration. As we are all still in the early stage of digital platform government, I'm sure that I can share more achievement and experience next time. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you, Mr. Song. Thank you so much for giving instruction about timeline or 50 years of digital government development in Korea, and also the evolution of digital service delivery. And also, you also elaborate on current issues to be addressed from the perspective of citizens, businesses, and government. Yeah. And also from this kind of key projects, we always heard about the key term of data, and especially how to use the AI technology to filter and clean the data for better decision making. I think that's very important. Yeah. So as a top 3 leading countries in digital government. I hope that the experience of Korea can help enlighten other developing countries in building their roadmap and strategies for digital government development. Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Sung. Yeah, thank you. So now let me have the pleasure to invite our next speaker, Ms. Arifa Sharifuddin, Head, Malaysia Digital Nomad Department, Ecosystem Development Division, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, who is joined online with us to share Malaysia experience on accelerating digital transformation to promote the digital economy. Arifa, thank you for joining. The floor is yours.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you, Kaping, for giving me a brief introduction. Hello, everyone. First of all, I'm very honored to be given the opportunity to speak here today. Let me just start my presentation now. Next. So today I will be sharing Malaysia case studies in strategies for accelerating digital transformation to promote digital economy. Next. First of all, I would like to give a brief introduction of what is Malaysia Digital Economy. So we are a public company under the purview of the Ministry of Multimedia and Communications Malaysia. And we have been leading the digital transformation initiatives in digital economy, and we have been around since 1996. So earlier in our since our formation, we have been focused on the development of multimedia super corridors, which was delivered successfully in Malaysia and brought us to where we are today in terms of digital connectivity, in terms of digital adoptions, investments, which also translates into providing more jobs in the tech sector. Of course, we need to also take into account that digital economy currently is contributing over 22% to Malaysia's GDP, and we expect it to be over 25% by 2025. Next slide. So to remain relevant to what we need now in this current situation, Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation has recently announced Malaysia Digital, which is a national strategic initiative which we have three main core strategies, which is to accelerate digital adoption by the people. We will grow local tech companies as well as continue to attract high value investments, while enabling Malaysian businesses and people to play leading part in the global digital revolution and digital economy. Next slide. In doing so, we have actually identified 9 tech sector focus areas, and they are digital trade, digital services, cities, finance, Islamic digital economy, digital tourism, agriculture, health, and digital content. And all these 9 tech sector focus areas will be supported by further advancements in the areas of cloud, cybersecurity, drone tech, blockchain, etc. For the purpose of today's sharing session, I will focus on digital tourism. So much so is because the numbers for our GDP contribution from digital economy seems to be very encouraging. However, we are also cognizant that tourism sector has yet to actually improve itself as compared to other sectors. In the recently published tourism satellite account by the Department of Statistics Malaysia, our tourism sector shares of GDP has further declined to be only 12.8% in 2021. Next slide, please. As you can see in this slide, the recovery is actually very slow. And furthermore, within tourism sector industry, we can see that it is comprising of various other subsectors that contributes to the tourism GDP numbers. And of course, we need to note that in terms of digital adoption, tourism sector remains to be the lowest adoption rate, especially on the supply side. Furthermore, we are also aware that there is no sticky factor, and a lot of businesses are not motivated enough to remain using digital tools, despite knowing how it can help to increase revenue as well as reduce costs. Next slide. Here, I want to actually share an opportunity that we have identified on how we want to actually improve the recovery and help with the recovery of tourism sector in post-COVID condition. We want to highlight that this digital nomad trend has been around since over 15 years ago, and that we have worldwide there are 35 million digital nomads, and we also are aware that Southeast Asia is the most powerful and the most popular region for digital nomad. For your information, the digital nomad population has been projected to be around 1 billion by 2035. Next slide. At the same time, we also need to highlight that Malaysia continues to have strong and unique offerings, especially in terms of our culture, arts, and heritage. We also have a digital nomad-friendly, robust technology ecosystem and communities, and we continue to be able to provide affordable and high-quality living here in Malaysia. Next slide. So this is where MDEC comes in. We have introduced a new program called D-Rantau. So DE stands for Digital Economy. Rantau means travel in Malay word. And the objectives, of course, the first one is to make Malaysia the preferred digital nomad hub in ASEAN. We want to also promote the mobility of digital professionals throughout the country. And we want to accelerate digital adoption and economic activities, especially recovery post-pandemic. Our target communities are, of course, number one, in terms of the demand, we are looking at digital nomads in digital and IT domain, specifically focusing on digital freelancers and remote workers. Number two, we are looking at accommodation owners and operators, meaning the homestay owners, chalet, resorts, hotel, etc., including local authorities, on how they can use this opportunity as well as digital tools in terms of helping them to recover from the pandemic. And then, of course, number three is the industry players and platform service providers, because through this program, they are being exposed to a new niche market for them to offer their services to. Next slide. So Malaysia, D-Rantau is our catalytic program. So in this program, we offer three key things. So the first one is a D-Rantau Nomad Pass. So this is a professional visit pass or perhaps a digital nomad visa, which allows nomads to stay in Malaysia between 3 to 12 months. We also provide D-Rantau hubs, which are accommodations that we certify to be fit for digital nomads. And then number three is having the ecosystem that will support the livelihood of the digital nomads. Next slide. So here I will just briefly go through the mandatory qualifying criteria of digital nomads who want to be part of D-Rantau. So again, the type of nomads that we are looking at are digital freelancers and remote workers. And we also look at Malaysian digital nomads to actually join the program. And in the profession of IT and all digital types of program and also profession. Proof of work, meaning when they apply for the Nomad Pass and they need to provide active project contract, and the contract duration needs to be over 3 months. The clientele for digital freelancers can be local Malaysian companies or international companies. And however, for remote workers, their employer needs to be non-Malaysian based companies. We look at the annual income of above $24,000 per year for foreign digital nomads and above 36,000 ringgit for local digital nomads. And of course, the type of pass that we are providing would be the professional visit pass, duration of 3 to 12 months, renewable for another 12 months, able to bring in their spouse and child or children with a small fee of 1,000 ringgit or 500 ringgit per dependent. Next slide. So again, earlier on, I spoke about assisting accommodation providers and owners in terms of elevating the accommodations from becoming, from being just a place for people to stay, but also now elevating them to be a place where people can stay, work, and also network. So we look at live criteria. So which are first, of course, lodging, whether it's a shared or self-contained facilities. We look at internet connectivities. We look at vibrancy of livelihood, and we look at engagement. Next slide. To date, we have actually certified 185 accommodations to be the rental hubs, and they are in Langkawi, Penang, and Kuala Lumpur, and more will be certified within the first year. Next slide. All the ecosystem services are accessible via our D-Rental Lifestyle app. For information, this app is already available on iOS and Android platform, and currently it is in the beta version. So we expect the full-fledged mobile app to be ready by next month. And these services from all of our partners, for example, AirAsia, EasyBook, Grab, Tapao Food, as well as some co-working spaces and tourism-related services are accessible via this platform. Next slide. So our aspiration is, of course, to meet Sustainable Development Goals number 8 and 11. And we are looking at having contribution to the local economy of about close to 5 billion ringgit by 2025. And we are looking at having 80,000 local and foreign digital nomads to be part of the program, and having over 30,000 accommodations certified as the rental hubs. So this year we have actually launched 3 locations, which are Langkawi, Penang, and Kuala Lumpur. And moving forward, we will launch the 6 more locations. And these are basically locations which are frequented by global digital nomads. Okay, I think that's my last slide. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Arifa, for introducing the Malaysia government's initiative and ambition to further strengthen the digital economy. I see that the government has ambition to increase the size of the digital economy to the 25% of the GDP by 2025. And also, I really love the term about think impossible. Because really technology that provides us with unlimited opportunities, but we really need to have an innovative and experimental mindset to try this new technology for promoting the economy and also create new job opportunities. Yeah. So also this digital nomative is a really very innovative initiative to create more jobs in the region and also for the local economy. So thank you so much, Arifa, for introduction of this initiative. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Anil Chowdhury, Policy Advisor at Aspire to Innovate program of Bangladesh, to share Bangladesh experience. Mr. Chowdhury, you have the floor.
Thank you, Kiping. Ladies and gentlemen, Kiping just talked about innovative mindset, an experimental mindset actually, and then data. I think 2 other things that I'll talk about within the context of the government of Bangladesh. When we started the Digital Bangladesh program at the clarion call of our Prime Minister about 13 years ago actually, just December of 2008, 14 years ago actually. We had less than 1% internet penetration. We had maybe 1/8 of our population having access to cell phones, no smartphones, so really a backward digital nation. And in a short span of 14 years, we've made some remarkable progress because we actually focused on experimenting with technology and introducing technology in all spheres of public service delivery. Let me first talk about data. We developed a number of data platforms. The most successful one is in the middle, called the SDG Tracker. This was launched by our Prime Minister at the UN General Assembly in 2017 in New York. About 92 agencies of the government actually provide data into this platform to provide SDG reporting. So we talked about VNR in the morning, Voluntary National Review in the morning for SDG, and this is the main platform for VNR that has emerged in the last few years for a lot of agencies to be orchestrated by our Bureau of Statistics. On the left side, you see the open government data. And I was talking to Sanju earlier today how UNDESA helped us develop this a few years ago. And we are seeing mixed adoption of this within the government. Nobody wants to really give up the turf control for their own data and publish it in the open government data portal, but we have seen some mixed success with that. And on the right, we have a new platform called My Constituency. One of our members of parliament was just sitting in front of us. He's not in the room right now, but he spoke in the morning. So this is an SDG tracker for the parliamentarians. So the 300 parliamentarians in Bangladesh actually use the My Constituency tracker to track and set goals for SDG achievements for the next year. And that's how we are actually doing this. Now let's enter, so that's sort of during peacetime. Now let's enter the disaster time, enter COVID. So what happened was that most of our policymakers talked about data, but data to them was presented in unrecognizable charts and graphs, not in a policy language. So dashboards did not really make sense to them. But COVID changed all of that. And let me give you a few examples of that, what happened. So we set up cross-agency and public-private partnership data collection tools. We actually looked at unprecedented ways of exploring big data and using them in analysis for health and social protection platforms. We had several social protection platforms that we had digitized previous to COVID, and that came very, very handy during this. During COVID, we had only one, the first few months in the country of 165 million people, we had only one RT-PCR test lab. Just imagine that. But we needed to track where the disease was progressing. So what we did was we made a partnership with the 4 telephone companies, cell phone companies, and said that people will call into our national helpline, 333, and they will self-report their symptoms. And we would use artificial intelligence to analyze their data and actually find out where the disease was progressing the most, progressing the fastest. So this platform where public data and private data came together to give us health indication. So data came from diagnostic clinics because we actually started developing RT-PCR labs. Data came from this call center. And we almost within a few weeks, we launched a data analytics platform which was used to provide telemedicine services. So our health minister actually made a call to our doctors. 4,500 doctors joined this line and they provided telemedicine services. So people were calling in to provide symptoms and also get support from doctors, free support from doctors for their situations. And this data platform then was spilling into 3 types of analytical dashboard, one for medical officers across the country, one for administrators, general administrators across the country, and another for the general public. So we actually combated misinformation and disinformation using many of these analytical tools. So this is one example of how the COVID-19 national dashboard emerged for the Prime Minister and also for many members of the cabinet and also local administrators. We're actually looking at district by district, region by region, using many different types of data to see where the disease was progressing the fastest. So this is we had a national committee looking at this dashboard and analytical framework to decide on lockdown issues, decide on where the vaccination needed to be sent the fastest. So all these things actually happened because of the public-private partnership on data platform that we had built. This is an example where the remittance, so we created something combining the data platforms with big data and the previous data platforms, SDG tracker, to understand the socioeconomic transition in the country. So we call it the socioeconomic recovery tracker. And this is an example of how the remittance flow from our expatriate workers, about 10 million from different countries are coming into the country and how they're going up or down during COVID time period and where we needed to send assistance. This is an example of where the vaccination was being delivered based on the most emergency situation. This is an example of how we actually did the rapid mortality survey from graveyard data and looking at data from the hospitals to see that during the the last two, actually no, the 2 quarters in 2020, the second and the third quarter, pneumonia actually became the predominant cause of disease and trumped heart disease. So again, this was possible because we had data coming in from many different locations. So I just wanted to give a few examples of that. Now this is a future projection that we're looking at. So we actually had digitized our social safety net payments. So between 2017 and 2020, we had digitized about 10% of our social safety net payments. About 25 million people get are under social protection, and we were able to do about 10%, maybe a little bit more than that. COVID changed all of that. So during COVID, we needed to actually send money to people without sending cash. So we used mobile wallets. So we created millions of mobile wallets during that time. We identified 5 million new poor households, and mobile cash was actually sent. Mobile wallet-driven benefits were sent during that time. But this is an example that I wanted to cite from Togo that we are going to apply to Bangladesh in the next year. And this is using cell phone data. People's cell phone usage changes based on their poverty level. So as they are driven below the poverty threshold because of job losses or any other reason, they start spending in different patterns. So this professor at University of California, Berkeley, whom we are working with now, did this experiment in Togo with an organization in New York called Give Directly. And they showed that inclusion error and exclusion error can be reduced significantly by using this phone usage data. And this is what we are actually trying in Bangladesh right now to improve our targeting. We're working with Google right now. We provided to Google's AI engine 10 years of our flood information, water data. And Google is now helping us improve our flood forecasting. You know that Bangladesh is one of the most flood vulnerable, climate vulnerable countries. And we're using artificial intelligence and water data to improve our forecasting. There was discussion about digital divide. I think Vincenzo in his speech talked about inclusion by default and inclusion by design. So we realized that many of our country folks don't have access to the internet, or don't have the skills to operate the internet, or don't have the affordability to access that. So we set up this thing called 333. This used to be available for accessing information by calling into this number. Before COVID, we launched this in 2018. But during COVID, this became the lifeline for people who are reporting symptoms, who are actually receiving medical advice, who are actually calling for emergency food. So millions of people actually call during this time. So this became a digital divide recovery tool. So recovering from digital divide in Bangladesh. The last thing I wanted to mention very quickly is how we are setting up sandboxes, and the issue of sandboxes Vincenzo mentioned in his presentation as well. So sandboxes where civil servants and private sector innovators can actually test out new public service paradigm. So we introduced this innovation fund in 2013. We've supported about 300 such innovations. We introduced something called the empathy training. We trained about 35,000 civil servants, or empathy training. This is something we adopted from Stanford Design School to look at the problems from the perspective of citizens and trying out new solutions from their perspective. This is an example of how a doctor from a southern district identified that 2,000 of his poorest patients, poorest households did not come to his clinic because they were always pushed out to the back of the line. So he created a separate line for them, a VIP line. Again, data and experimentation actually helped revive delivery of healthcare, critical healthcare to poorest patients. And this is now being explored as the basis for doing our health insurance and also for universal health coverage by 2030. So what we have learned through this is that innovation really is a bottom-up process. So we actually allowed thousands of innovators to create this mushrooming of innovations in the country. But also, when you want to scale that up, you need to have a policy process. So we need to bring the ministries, bring the directorates to support these innovations and then scale them up through the policy process. I mentioned this earlier in my question when Alex's session was going on, that we actually started calculating the impact using these 3 numbers called TCV, time, cost, and visit. And in the last 10 or 11 years, we actually seen that we delivered about 4 billion services across 1,500 service categories and saved citizens about 12 billion work days, $16 billion, and we have eliminated about 7.5 billion visits to government offices. They don't have to go to government office anymore. The 7-pronged approach that we've seen on using data and innovation, so break traditional data silos, because data actually sits in silos within government offices and also in private sector. So breaking that, introducing geospatial capacity, which we did not have before. COVID really taught us that geospatial is extremely important. Embracing big data. Again, we did not have much of an understanding of what big data meant other than the private sector. So we're now exploring big data within the public sector as well, in collaboration with private sector. And then important analytics. The 4th area is really developing important analytics engine and analytics presentations for policymakers to understand them in a very easy way. Building public, private, and academic partnerships. A lot of academicians actually helped us during this COVID period. We had academicians from not only Bangladesh, but from the US and UK helping us develop these data platforms. Privacy protection, something that we actually probably not paid a lot of attention to during COVID because we were just serving emergencies. But this is something we're now working on a law, privacy protection law. And the last thing that I wanted to mention is South-South cooperation, South-South collaboration, because we can learn from countries in the South much more readily than from countries in the North. And this is something that we have started working on by developing something called the South-South Network for Public Service Innovation. So both Alex, Dr. Alex sitting there and myself are advisory board members to this. And we brought in about 40 plus countries in this platform where they share constantly their success stories of using digitization, using data, and using experimental approaches to improving public service delivery. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chowdhury, for introducing Bangladesh, the initiative and strategies in how to leverage data for effective integrated policy making. And also especially impressed by your introduction about your partnership with the private sector, including the full telecommunication company, and also with the Google and with academia. And this morning, our participant from Mozambique, he particularly mentioned about the partnership with the private sector. And also, actually, the partnership with the private sector for the data, I think, become more and more important for the policy making. Yeah. And also, I also very impressed by your term about this rapid and frugal innovations. I mean, innovation is sometimes limited by the availability of technology infrastructure, but we always can think some innovative way. And Bangladesh is an LDC country, in terms of income level, it's LDC country, but Bangladesh is really doing well, from, perspective of like a political commitment and also from partnership with other stakeholders. I think it's really doing well, and also inclusion is really at the core of your digital government innovation. I think that's very important, yeah, to consider those kind of interests of these poor people. I think it can really provide many good insights for many developing countries. And also, I really appreciate the government of Bangladesh to promote this international partnership for the South-South Cooperation Network. Really, it's a great job. Thank you so much. Yeah. So now let me have the pleasure to invite Mr. Abdul Aliyev, Head of International Relations Department of the State Agency for Public Service and Social Innovation, Honored President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, to share Azerbaijan's experience. Yeah. Mr. Abdul Aliyev, you have the floor.
Excellencies and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I am more than pleased to participate in this event and deliver my speech today. I have the honor and great pleasure to be part of the gathering and contribute to the success of the meetings. As it's well known, transparent, efficient, and citizen-oriented public sector is crucial for adequate functioning of any state. Public administration, they entail the fundamental components of good governance, plays a vital role in the establishment of a favorable environment to foster sustainable development. Advancing and diversifying economy, promoting social welfare, and creating a better life for the people have always been the top priorities of the government. Several years ago, the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan launched comprehensive reforms in public administration. The core objective was to increase the efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency of public service in Azerbaijan. I would like to share our experience in ASAN experience. In this slide, you will see our projects. For example, you see as an integral part of the reforms, the State Agency for Public Service and Social Innovation under the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan knows told ASAN Services. It has been established. It stands for the Advanced Management Principle and has resulted in a fundamental change in the field of public service in Azerbaijan. State agency operates in the four main directions, which are public services, digitalizations, innovations, and social projects. I will give you detailed information about each of the directions in the next slides. But you'll see other our projects, the ASAN Radio, Idea Bank, and etc. So, ASAN Services centers employ a one-stop shop principle by providing 320 services from 11 state entities and around 30 private companies. Citizens may acquire documents from birth until death in our centers. You see, it's our model is ministries, and in the middle of ministries, our citizens. So we have we have 24 centers in all over Azerbaijan, and more centers we will launch in the next year. These slides, you see it's our live centers. We are built not only administrative building, but we built an entertainment place too, park, cafe, and etc. We would like to change mindset our citizens when we started before 10 years ago. So, up until today, the services have been rendered to citizens based on more than 56 million people. In Azerbaijan population, 10 million people. It means every citizen in Azerbaijan minimum 4 or 5 times come to ASAN services. So when we start, we just only have 23 services. From the very beginning, the fundamental goal of creating ASAN services to accomplish strong citizen-centered and accountability institutions. Over 90% citizen satisfaction. So what makes this service particularly unique in the state agency, which is an entirely new and neutral body, manages the operation of the ASAN service centers and is responsible for establishing standards and work principles. So the government agencies and private companies alike, on the other hand, and directly responsible for providing their own services. The responsibilities of the state agency do not include a provision of services, and therefore there is no conflict of interest and duplication between the state agency and service providing agencies. For example, if we just a platform, we invited representative ministers, government entities and private companies. For example, if citizens want to change his driving license, he just come, and responsibility ministries in our country is Minister of Interior. We have special mandate which we write the business process. We write the business process and we have a standards criteria which ministers must be provide these services. For example, we know the change driving license, it takes minimum 5 minutes, for example, 5-7 minutes. If it takes more 10 minutes, we have notification. So that's why we have a special department who investigate what's the problem, why maybe it's some system frozen or something like that. And our names mean ASAN, it's easy in Azerbaijan translator. It's easy, ASAN is easy service. But if you open ASAN, it means Azerbaijan Service Assessment Networking. And at the same time, we have a big data, and we are simplification all business process and all services. We have a lot of proposals from.
Sorry to interrupt you. Can you move your slide, maybe? I think it keep.
So you see in this slide, you will see average daily applications is almost 30,000, and our feedback system, our level satisfaction. So at the same time, we have a mobile ASAN. It provides equal access to the service rendered by ASAN. We started with only 2 buses, currently 10 buses and trains of mobile ASAN and running through the country. They even reach to the remotest places. To fulfill our principle of good governance and accessibility, of most significant goal is to meet everyone's expectations. This year in the summer, for the first time with the mobile ASAN, we had a possibility to serve Azerbaijan citizens residing in Turkey. In future, we are planning to continue traveling other countries with mobile buses to serve Azerbaijan citizens. At the same time, you see it's, I know, okay. So we have volunteers, same time digitalization in our country, for example, eGov, where our responsibility. At the moment, the period of transition from reactive services to proactive services has started. The major challenges in digital government transformation can be considered as digital resiliences of users, existing infrastructure, security, and data and legislative background. So it's the same. We have a platform, our other ministries. Now we have more 400 services, electronic services. So you see, we have personal cabinet for each citizen, MyGov. It's one of our project. It's an electronic visa. It takes 3 hours or 3 days. It's urgent. It's our project too. We use machine learning system too. It's our innovation incubation acceleration center. We support startups. And it's one of our project. It's ASAN Appeal. ASAN Appeal is a public control platform. The goal of the information of the ASAN Appeal application information system is to identify and eliminate problems and definitions related to the relevant field in an operational manner, with a wider and activity participation of the public. The system is used through the mobile application with a short period of 1 working day. The received request is placed in the electronic cabinet of the institution in which it belongs. Convenient implementation of public control by citizens, reduction of the citizen officials' relation to 0, saving time and resources in solving public problems, and the advantages of the ASAN Appeal system. It's our now pilot project. Next year we are launched in the whole country. So ASAN is assessment index. It's created with the electronic register for public service, has been implemented in electronic form, and references for the state entities has been done through the reporting model of the system. Same time, ASAN's service index has been placed in the electronic register and published through the public service portal. We assessed our ministries, we give stars. Okay, so the time is over. We're open to cooperation and we're ready to learn a new practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Aliyev, for your presentation sharing initiative of ASAN for public service delivery through an integrated digital government platform with the public-private partnership. The role of innovation centers seems to be very important for fostering an enabling ecosystem for open innovation. And thank you also for introducing the ASAN Assessment Index. It's very interesting, actually. Yeah. And also thank you for introducing the ASAN International Partnership. Yeah. So now I'd like to introduce our last speaker, Mr. Liu Bingfang, the Center for E-Government Studies, China National Academy of Governance, China, who is joined online to share Chinese experience. Dr. Liu, you have the floor.
Government Studies of China National Academy of Governance. I am honored to be a part of this conference and to share with you the institutional coordination and the multi-stakeholders partnership for building an enabling ecosystem for promoting digital government transformation. In recent years, China has made a series of major deployments around the implementation of the cyber development strategy and the digital China strategy, which has promoted the emergence of digital reform initiatives that have significantly improved the public support capacity of integrated government services and the effectiveness of digital government. Forming a good pattern led by the government with the participation of the enterprises and the collaboration of society, and laying a solid foundation for entering a new phase of digital government construction. Next, I will talk about some specific practices in China in 3 areas: whole of government and collaborative governance, digital inclusion, and the challenges and solutions. In terms of whole of government and collaborative governance, the Chinese government is actively engaged in digital transformation, changing the way the government provides public goods to the public and collaborating effectively between departments through a whole of government model. On the one hand, Internet plus government service is the main form of promoting the overall digital government in China and is a fundamental leading project for the digital transformation of the government. China has built a national integrated online government service platform as shown in this slide, which has facilitated the transformation of government services from government supply-oriented to mass demand-oriented, providing enterprises and the public with one-stop online services from the whole process. On the other hand, the government-enterprise cooperation has become a common mode of digital government construction in China, more than just government procurement and outsourcing. The role of collaboration in project planning, program design, infrastructure development, business application development, operation and maintenance services, utilization of government information resources and funding is becoming increasingly significant. Next slide, please. As shown in this slide, when choosing the mode of operation and management of government enterprise cooperation, local government departments have explored a variety of ways to achieve this based on their own reality, such as the internal management model, the service delivery model, and the hybrid organization model. The second part, I will bring, next slide, please. In the second part, I will briefly introduce China's efforts in promoting digital inclusion. China's digital transformation focuses on solving the digital divide and promoting digital inclusion under a people-centered value orientation, promoting the inclusive application of digital services, continues enhancing the sense of access to the masses and constructing a digital life for all to enjoy. In terms of policy support, China has not only issued guiding documents at the macro level, but also special documents for the specific areas, such as rural construction and special groups. These include the 45-year plan 2021 to 2022 for national economic and solution development and the non-range objective through the year 2035, and the action plan for improving digital literacy and the skills for all, and the digital rural development strategy, and the guidance on promoting information accessibility and so on. Next slide, please. Next slide. In terms of practical promotion, China has actively explored how to bridge the digital divide in areas such as public culture, health, and information services, and has developed a number of experience and practice to draw on and learn from in promoting digital inclusion. For example, during the prevention and the control of the COVID-19 epidemic, many places have made a serious aging-friendly functions, such as health code, one-time registration, and material distribution services for the elderly who are not proficient in smartphones. At present, health code aging-related functions have covered at least 30 million elderly groups nationwide, effectively breaking the dilemma of the elderly going out during the epidemic. In addition, the government portals have been retrofitted for accessibility in response to the special needs of several health people and disabled groups. Shanghai has released the Smart Elderly Care Application Scenario demand list around the digital application scenarios such as medical treatment, travel code, code presentation, code scanning, living payment, culture, and entertainment to help bridging the digital divide. Next slide. Last but not least, I will focus on the difficulties encountered by the Chinese government in its digital transformation and some of its main response. The government's digital transformation is across, next slide, please. The Chinese digital transformation is cross-departmental, cross-hierarchical, and cross-regional system projects, which has the characteristic of wide coverage, strong business relevance, large coordinates, demand, long work cycle, high investment cost, technology intensive, etc. It will face many challenges in terms of insufficient capacity in capital, technology, talent, security, service, and lead to decentralized and repeated investments, intensive and disorderly construction. The Chinese government itself has taken a reforming approach to completely break away from the shacks of sectoral interest and portal views, gradually forming a unified and efficient surgery of government departments as a whole. Next slide. Firstly, we actively innovated a government model that is compatible with digitalization. We re-examine existing government workflows and work methods, actively explore a more scientific, convenient, and efficient government model, open up key business process and links in various departments, build and integrate interdepartmental coordination mechanism and platform within the government, and promote the application of information technology in the performance of government duties. Secondly, social forces are being fully mobilized to jointly promote digital government. The guidelines for technology implementation and digital application standards are constantly being upgraded to put cross-government cooperation mechanisms into practice with a common language, tools, and technology systems. Certainly, the Chinese government has always been demand-oriented so that the broadest number of people can benefit from the digital transformation. By adhering to a people-centered philosophy, it has promoted digital transformation closely around the actual need of the government, realized the in-depth integration of information technology tools with various government affairs, and continuously improved the effectiveness of governance. These are the main experience of Chinese digital transformation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu really introduced, the Chinese whole government approach for delivering the one-stop shop services. And also she particularly introduced about the collaborative governance for integrated government services. Actually, in her presentation, he mentioned a lot about partnership with the private sector as well. And also, she also highlighted importance of digital inclusion, especially in the rural area, and also for the certain groups. Yeah, and also one particular point is very important, that is about practice promotion. This is actually what Anya just mentioned, the scale up of the innovation. Innovation starts from top down, but the scale up you have to from scale down from top down. Yeah. Innovation from the opposite way, yeah. I think it's a very good experience. I think has some common grounds, yeah. And also she also mentioned those kind of challenges which are common in many countries. Like she mentioned about the financing issue, technology issue, talent issue, yeah, and also security issue. And also she also mentioned a very key term of the sense of gain about the citizens. This is also about the people-centric. It means put the people, the interests, and also as the digital transformation for public good, and with the people at the centric for digital transformation. I think it's a very kind of important guiding principle. Yeah, at the end, I think there's based on what Dr. Liu had introduced, and also Mr. Anil has said that I also recall that some term like we can start small, but we need to run fast. So if we find something is good, then we replicate and quickly scale up this kind of innovative practices. Yeah, thank you. So now I would like to thank all speakers for their insightful presentations. Now we will move to the Q&A discussion, and I would like to open the floor for discussions. Okay, so and also for those kind of people who join us online, please put your questions in the Q&A box. So yeah, so please, if you're from the on-site, please identify yourself. And also your question, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm from Indonesia. My name is Sumartono Darmanto. You can call me Eric. And I'm the senior advisor for Indonesia's Kartu Prakerja. It is our breakthrough in digital transformation in public service. We're focusing on skilling, reskilling, and upskilling. It's capacity building. And we recently just completed the G20 summit in Bali. And we are preparing for the 2023 Indonesia chairmanship for ASEAN. So my question to you actually, Kaping, and perhaps Mr. Sang and other panelists, how can we, Indonesia, work together with you to accelerate the implementation of the 2030 agenda? Thank you.
It's a very kind of big question. Actually, the previous session, and also it's one of our efforts, is to to provide online training materials, which is very kind of systematic, this kind of curriculum on governance for SDGs, and also we also provide this kind of on-site national training workshop. Especially, we have one toolkit on the changing mindsets in the public institutions to realize SDGs, including that the skills, new competencies for realizing SDGs. Yeah, and in this context, I would like to invite Mr. Sung and then Anil, because Anil also you have a training on the embassy training on skills of sensitize government officials about the data. And also then Arifa, you can also maybe talk a little bit about skilling and reskilling. Yeah, start from Mr. Sung, please. Thank you.
Specifically speaking, Korea is currently in close cooperation with Indonesia. So we have a Digital Government Cooperation Center. We are working with Ministry of Bureaucratic Administrative Reform, I think. So we are cooperating for almost 6 years to develop digital government and private sector transformation of Indonesia. And we are working with several programs like consulting projects and also capacity building programs and also some kind of proof of concept project for the initial services as well. So we are trying to expand our cooperation further, especially regarding the data center project, which is going to happen soon in Batam area. So also, we are trying to build other relationship regarding the people-centered service, like innovating government photo as well. So that kind of program happens all around the world. With Korea, Korea is currently operating 7 digital government cooperation center with several countries, and we are happy to expand our cooperation with other countries as well. So, especially Anil previously suggested that Bangladesh also would like to try that cooperation with us, and we are happy to open to every one of them. Thank you so much.
Anya.
Actually, Eric, I think you talked about reskilling, upskilling, possibly for youth as well, right? Not just the government officials. I think you probably. So I'll address both, perhaps, if I may. Is that okay? So our massive reskilling, upskilling within civil service started with the empathy training. As I said, that we looked at what Stanford Design School does in terms of, let's say, redesigning a cup or a microphone, perhaps. Looking at the needs of the user. So we basically said, okay, why not redesign public services, looking at the needs of the user? So passports, loans, educational certificates. So what do the citizens need? What do they not have today? And we used the same principle, same curriculum, redesigned it, sort of furbished it in the context of Bangladesh civil service. That gave us the next step up, which is leadership in data. So we worked with the National University of Singapore to develop a mentoring program by their professors. And then now we're looking at Civil Service 2041. So the next step up that we're looking at 19 years down the line to become a high-income country. So from an LDC, we become a low-middle income country. The next 20-year journey is to become a high-income country. So what should our civil service think about in terms of public service delivery improvement? And this is all steeped in the principle that we have, that innovation starts from the bottom, but it really has to be provided support from the top to scale up across the entire thing that I showed in one of my slides. So bottom-up execution to start an innovation, but top-down execution to scale up an innovation. So that's how all these programs that I talked about, empathy training, data leadership, and the civil service for the 2041 year is all designed. Now let me also talk maybe for 1 minute about the youth reskilling, upskilling. What we are seeing is that our tertiary education is generating the highest level of unemployment in the country. Starting with our national university, which is a conglomeration of about 2,200 plus colleges, about 3 million students under one university umbrella. And that generates the highest level of unemployment in the country. So we are making the curriculum much more market-oriented, bringing the private sector into curriculum redesign. We have formed a blended education task force where we look at digital education and the physical education, the combination of that. And the task force is headed by the education minister. So again, looking at a long term, so 5 to 7 year revamping of our vocational education, of our general education, and then again looking at the next 20 years to make sure that the education, reskilling, upskilling is very much market focused. So we're looking at micro skills, not the long-term 4-year bachelors and 2-year masters, but coming up with micro skills and micro credentials. And we're introducing that in our educational curriculum. It's a long, hard road because there are all kinds of checks and balances in the process, but that's what we're trying to do right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ania. May I invite Arifa to make intervention? Arifa, you have the floor.
Hi, thanks, Kaping, and thank you, Eric, for the question. Okay, so I actually want to share three things from Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. So firstly, we actually have a team specializes in talent development for digital economy. So the team actually looks at programs targeting K-12, targeting tertiary students, as well as the talent workforce in the private sector. So for example, ever since COVID in 2020, we have actually, we are the coordinating agency which is responsible to do reskilling and upskilling of the private sector to actually disburse funds to incentivize private sector to send their staff to be trained in digital technology. So much so that one of the incentive that the government of Malaysia is providing is actually subsidy of the salary of the talent which are hired by the private sector up to by 50%. So that is one of the initiative done by the Malaysian government. On top of that, when you look at SMEs, small medium enterprises, we have been running many programs over the last 10 years, covering from sole entrepreneurs, small businesses, micro enterprises, even large corporations. And these programs are all geared towards digital adoption, be it at from their business operations all the way to front end, for example, how you use these digital tools in marketing or in managing customer requests, etc. And in terms of when you talk about specific sector development, where MDEC has provided some strategic intervention in the tourism sector, of course, via Dirantau program that I've shared earlier. Our intervention there, aside from getting businesses, digital platforms to service new market, which are the digital nomads, we are also enabling the surrounding local businesses where we have our Dirantau hubs for them to adopt digital tools, for them to be cashless so that they can service this new market using digital tools and digital platforms. On agriculture, is also another example where we have actually played a critical role in assisting the Ministry of Agriculture of Malaysia to increase the adoption of digital solutions amongst smallholder farmers in using digital tools to help them improve yield and reduce costs. So overarching in terms of governance, in Malaysia, we have the National Digital Economy and Fourth IR Council, which is chaired by the Prime Minister. And this is a platform, a high-level platform where all ministries sit in, and that actually helps with the coordination amongst the various ministries involved in each of the sectors.
Thank you so much, Arifa. Abdul.
Yeah, I give hello. Thank you very much again. Briefly information about Indonesia and Azerbaijan. We signed MOU with Ministry of Administrative and Bureaucratic Reform. We really have a good relationship. We are working in improving one-stop shop model. We, before pandemic period, 3 times we organized trainings in Azerbaijan, in Baku. We established association and share experience in public services. And now we are working a new action plan, 23-26. And I think the next year we are finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. Actually, Eric, actually in day 3, the Thursday, we have a speaker from Udacity. She will elaborate on the skills gaps and the skill crisis. So she will further elaborate on this issue. Thank you. So due to time constraint, I have open the floor for one more last question. I see one raising hand from the floor. Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Yao.
Actually, my name is Cai Xiongsan. I'm from China, from the Chinese internet company called Kuaishou. Actually, the day after tomorrow, I will deliver a presentation on how private sector can cooperate with the government for e-government and for SDG. I think my question is to Mr. Song from Korea. I think Korea is a very good example for e-government. I know that you rank the top 3 in the e-government survey of United Nations. But now, I think nowadays the e-government is generally based on data or artificial intelligence. So on the one hand, you have to, the government has to collect more and more data for make it easier, convenient, effective, and efficient for the service. But on the other hand, you have to, you have to protect the privacy for data protection. So I'm very curious, how do you balance the two? I think this is the big issue for all governments to do the e-government. Thank you very much. And also, yeah, maybe Mr. Ani also mentioned a lot of creative and innovative e-government service. I think the question is the similar challenge. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Song first.
Thank you for the good question. Yes, trust and reliability is very important for especially public services. So in my presentation, I mentioned my data, about data portability. It's part of our data policies. But our data policy has 2 aspects. One is for promotion and utilization, and one is protecting people's privacy and personal data. So we have personal data protection law, which is enacted in 2011, and also we have very detailed and sophisticated regulations and compliances for data protection and management. So even though people still worries about their data, so we are still developing the policies and projects for data protection. It costs. In some ways, it costs budgets and manpowers and technologies to help people to understand and help people trust government. So that's why we have a very good compliance model for government, and we need a very good technological and systematical guidelines for all the government servicing systems. And for all those systems and services, we also need philosophy and strategy and approach with people-centeredness. So with the people-centeredness approach, we should consider people first and protect people's life first. So based on those philosophies, Korean government will continue to develop those compliances and guidelines, and also we're happy to share them with you and all other countries as well. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. A very difficult question, actually, indeed. I remember I was at a symposium in Bangalore a few years ago where we talked about the future of financial services. That was in 2018, I remember, like a few years ago, and then we're looking at the next 10 years of future of financial services. There was a report that was published there by CGAP, the consultative group to assist the poor under World Bank, and there were 2 parts to the report. One was a report from the more developed countries, like northern countries or western countries. Another was a report from the poorer countries, southern countries, or eastern countries. Eastern is not poor anymore, southern countries, I should say. And interestingly, in terms of data, the top concern expressed in the report from the more developed countries is privacy. The report from the poorer countries was not privacy. It was quality of service delivery. So what it showed is that the concept of privacy and data protection actually evolves over time. When you can ensure quality of service delivery, that's when the question of privacy starts emerging. So I think you'll see that gradation, you see that evolution everywhere. So in Bangladesh, we are struggling with making the services more poor-friendly, more citizen-friendly. Privacy concerns are now emerging right now because of a lot of things that we have done during COVID. So we actually used a lot of data from the private sector, from the public sector to track the diseases I mentioned in my presentation. And now these privacy concerns are coming up. We are now working on a data protection law, which will come out potentially in the next 1 year. That will actually help us protect the privacy of people. But also something to keep in mind that this is, again, as I said, it's an evolution. So what is private today? I mean, if you look at the private sector, the big techs, let's say if you look at Apple or Google or Facebook, Meta, Twitter, the data being used there, I mean, we haven't really talked about privacy. We were talking about it just in the recent few years, right? I mean, they've been using it for the last 2 decades or so. So privacy concerns are emerging right now when we have been able to ensure quality. I think those are things that we need to keep in mind as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Anya. So now it's time to wrap up. Yeah. So actually, this afternoon, this session, we have 6 speakers. They're from countries at different development stages, and also the different size, and also with the different challenges. And also they introduce diverse approaches, strategy, and experience from that was also shared with the important policy insights. I think really could be important for good reference for other kind of countries. Yeah. So during the discussion, we have highlighted the key dimensions like integrated digital platform with a whole of government approach, people at the core of the innovation, data-driven decision-making for agility and addressing uncertainties and risks, innovation to accelerate digital transformation, promoting digital inclusion, and a partnership with the private sector, as well as promoting international partnership for exchange of innovative practice and capacity building. Because I heard that the 3 speakers on stage, they also all have many programs for partnership with our countries, like Mr. Song just introduced with Indonesia, and also Mr. Abdul also mentioned about the how to say, the MOU, right, with the other countries, and also Mr. Anya, not to mention, yeah, even more systematic in the, and also the MOI is also set up many kind of digital government centers in many different countries. So I think, I hope that this kind of regional platform, a regional symposium, can also become an important platform for further promoting international partnership for sharing innovative knowledge and exchange of innovative practices. Yeah, thank you. So with that, I would like closing the session. I turn the floor to Samyadana and Shelley. Thank you.
Thank you, Keping. This round of applause is for you. This concludes thematic session 1. I'd like to thank all the speakers and the participants for the stimulating discussions. For the participants joining online, we look forward to meeting you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Korea time. For the participants attending the symposium on site, we will meet here at 6 p.m. for the welcome dinner. We're going to now rearrange the tables and the room, so please take your belongings with you out of the room while the organizers will rearrange the room, and we'll meet here again at 6 p.m. Thank you.
Good evening, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Feel the Rhythm of Korea session. My name is Hyun-Suk Kim, Senior Program Management Expert at UNPOG, DPIDG, UNDESA, from the Ministry of the Interior and Safety, Republic of Korea. It is my great honor to be the MC for such a fantastic and artistic session today. To begin the session, I'd like to invite Mr. Kyu Chang-go, Head of UNPOG, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Please welcome Mr. Kyu Chang-go with a big round of applause.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me first thank the Ministry of the Interior and Safety of the Republic of Korea and the Incheon Metropolitan City for hosting tonight's dinner. On behalf of UNDESA, MOIS, and Incheon Metropolitan City, I wish to warmly welcome you to this dinner. It is a pleasure to sit down and share food with all of you in person. The COVID crisis has reminded about the value of sharing meals together. Yeah. The Regional Symposium on Effective Governance and Digital Transformation is a UNDESA flagship annual event. It aims to raise awareness of critical public governance issues, examine current and future trends, and provide new approaches and methodologies to support the United Nations member states in developing their capacities toward achieving the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. It also promotes peer-to-peer learning by providing participants with the opportunity to share knowledge and exchange innovative practices. As you are aware, the symposium will provide a platform to discuss the gaps in capacities and challenges that public institutions are confronted with, and to highlight possible solutions for achieving sustainable development in the region. The symposium will also provide a platform to share strategies, innovative practices, and lessons learned on how to accelerate SDG implementation through transformation, innovation, and inclusion. We have a nice evening ahead of us where we will take some time to enjoy musical performances on Samulori and enjoy good food. And to conclude, I would like to thank you all again, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for your attendance and contributions. I wish you all a pleasant and a delightful evening. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kyu Chang-go, for your warm welcome. Next, I'd like to invite Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam, MP convener of the National Parliamentary Task Force on SDGs, Pakistan, to deliver her congratulatory remarks. Please welcome Ms. Romina Khurshid Alam with a big round of applause.
Hi everyone, good evening. I hope you all must be tired because from morning till now we are here. So all energetic instruments are here. So I hope it will make us awake. And I just want to say it's my very first time in the Korea. I just wanted to say thanks to Mr. Kyu Chang-go, UNDESA, Ministry of the Interior of Korea, Incheon Metropolitan City, team of UNDESA especially. I think you need to have we all need to give them a big round of applause. And then I must say thanks to Anna, because with you, it's really great honor for me, and not only I'm saying on behalf of me, of course, all my participants, and back home in Pakistan, my all team and member of task force of SDGs, they all are saying hello and regards to you all. And I just want to say thanks for your all hospitality, your love, care from the Korea, which I have been experienced, and it's very smooth and pleasant city and country, of course, and beautifully been organized. May God bless you more and more. Just in the last, I just wanted to say a few things, not very much boring sort of a speech, but it's my request to all of you who are sitting here that, yes, beautifully said that we all share. I believe we learned from the childhood that sharing is caring. I believe that we all, whatever today, the knowledge we shared with each other, that every country is doing something, but now it's a time for Asia-Pacific countries to please let's get together. We all can become a bridge for each other. And that bridge, on that bridge, not only me or you have to walk, it's for the future. It's for the future, for our children and their children. We have seen a beautiful childhood, but are we looking that for our children as well? So I believe what's happening today, it's not going to be over. What's happening in Pakistan, those children who have lost their families, their loved ones, the families are being scattered, no one knows where they are. So what's going over there, it's not going to stay there. It's going to be on. So please, I request that we all need to work. We all, because a drop of water can make, more drops can bring more water, and then it can become a river or a sea. And I think where the belief is there, where there's a will, there's a way. So I think we all can do that. And I believe it's not me, it's us, it's we. So looking forward for each other. Thank you so very much. It's great to see you all. And once again, great to see Mr. Saber and so many other people. It's great to learn from you. And we are going to share more 2 days. And we believe that from here, few of them will become good friends. And for future, hopefully we can help, we can assist each other. Love you all. Stay blessed. God bless you. Have a beautiful evening. Thank you so very much, UNDISA.
Thank you, Ms. Romina Khurshida Alam, for your congratulatory remarks. Now, it's time to feel the rhythm of Korea. The group that will perform today is 잔치마당. 잔치마당 means, next page. 잔치마당 means a feast yard in Korean. They are a 6-member art troupe that performs traditional Korean music led by Mr. Seo Kwang-il. 잔치마당 was founded in 1992 and celebrated its 30th anniversary this year, and is currently invited to 50 cities in 30 countries at the World Folk Festival. Today, they will perform 2 traditional Korean music. Before watching the performance, I'd like to teach you 2 traditional Korean words to enjoy the performance better and encourage performers to do better. The first word we will learn today is 얼씨구. 얼씨구 means whoa, hooray, bravo in Korean. Another word we will learn today is 좋다. 좋다 means that's good in Korean. Now, we will repeat after Mr. Seo, paying attention to his intonation. 서광일 단장님, 저희가 따라할 수 있게 시범을 보여주십시오.
제가 좀 이야기를 하면은 통역을 좀 해주세요. 네. 반갑습니다. 잔치마당 타악팀이고요. 오늘 이렇게 함께하는 우리 음악은 관중과 연주자가 함께 했다가 가장 신명이 납니다. 자, 한번 해보도록 하겠습니다. 아랫배 힘을 주고, 자, 얼씨구,
얼씨구,
자, 얼씨구,
얼씨구,
잘한다,
잘한다,
잘한다. 자, 박수를 치면서 좋다, 좋다.
브라보, 따봉 같은 느낌이에요. 자, 그러면은 저희가 연주를 할 때 중간중간에 흥이 나면은 이렇게 잘한다 하면서 박수를 보내주시기 바랍니다. 얼씨구! 얼씨구! 잘한다! 잘한다! 좋다!
Thank you, Mr. So, for your great demonstration, and all the guests. You did a great job. He said, it is important when you say 얼씨구 좋다, you should give strength to your stomach. Yeah, I interpret it. Okay, okay now, we are ready to enjoy the performance. Next page. The first, no, not yet. Not yet. Please wait. 제가 지시어를 드릴 때까지, 네. 제가 한국말로 지시어 드릴게요. The first performance is the echo of heaven, earth, and human. According to Eastern philosophy, these three are the source of the universe. This performance is a magnificent sound of drums that people can breathe together and sympathize with. The symphony of the drum sound beats a person's soul, rings the ground, and spreads to the sky like a baby's heartbeat in his mother's stomach. Falling in love with the charm of Korean percussion music, you can clap together to the performance, breathe with the performers, and feel a refreshing sense of Korean freedom. Please welcome 잔치마당 with a big round of applause again. So, are you ready to enjoy yourself? Yeah. Are you ready to say 얼씨구 좋다? 잘한다. Okay, 잔치마당, please drop the beat. Great. Thank you, Danchimadang, for your fantastic performance. The sound of drums really felt like a heartbeat, like a baby. Did you feel the same way? Okay. Thank you. Next page. The second performance is Arirang and Gyeonggi folk songs. Arirang is a representative folk song of Korea and contains the emotions of ordinary Koreans. In Korea, there are countless versions in each region. According to UNESCO, it's estimated that about 60 kinds and 3,600 songs are passed down under the Arirang title. Incheon Arirang, sung during the opening period in Incheon, was recently excavated. Today, Danchimadang is going to sing Incheon Arirang as well. Gyeonggi folk songs have been sung in Seoul and other metropolitan areas. Please enjoy Arirang and Gyeonggi folk songs. And don't forget to say 얼씨구 좋다. 네, 잔치마당 준비되셨습니까? 네. Please give a big round of applause. 잔치마당 시작해 주세요.
아리랑 아리랑 아라리요 아리랑 고개로 넘어간다 나를 버리고 가시는 님은 심리도 못 가서 발병 난다 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요 아리랑 고개로 넘어간다 풍년이 온다네 풍년이 와요 이강산 삼천리 풍년이 와요 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요 아리랑 고개로 넘어간다 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요 아리랑 얼쑤 아라리야 인천 제물포 살기는 좋아도 외인 등살에 나는 못 살아 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요 아라리야 산도 설고 물도 나서는데 누굴 바라고 나 여기 왔나 아리랑 아리랑 아라리요 아리랑 얼쑤 아라리야 어야디야 어기야 차 뱃놀이가 찬다 소리 조금만 올려주세요. 부딪히는 파도 소리 잠을 깨우니 들려오는 노소리 처량도 하구나 어기야 디어 자 어이야 디야 어기야 차 뱃놀이가 잔다 안경 장파에 몸을 실리어 갈매기로 벗을 삼고 싸워만 가누나 어기야 디어 차 어이야 디야 어기야 차 뱃놀이가 잔다 으이시구 으이시구 남쪽 청강에 배를 띄우고 술렁술렁 노져라 달맞이가 잔다 어기야 디어 차 어이야 디야 어기야 차 뱃놀이가 잔다 어이야 디야 어기야 디야 어기야 디야 달은 밝고 명랑한데 고향 생각 철로 난다 어이야디야 어기야디야 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 배 띄워라 배 띄워라 만경장파 배 띄워라 어이야디야 어기야디야 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 어디가 어디냐 숨은 바위다 숨은 바위면 배 다칠라 배 다치면 큰일 난다 아따 야들아 염려마라 허이야디야 허기야 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 차 뱃놀이 가잔다.
Such an incredible performance, isn't it? Yeah. Again, please give a big round of applause for today's performance. Thank you, 잔치마당 and 비스타서. I hope your troupe will continue to thrive. 잔치마당 여러분 오늘 멋진 공연 감사합니다. 앞으로도 계속 건승하시기를 기원합니다. 안녕히 가십시오. 감사합니다. Okay, did you enjoy the charm of Korean music? 네, 안녕히 가십시오. So did you enjoy the charm of Korean music? Yeah, please answer loud. Thank you. Okay, I am very happy to enjoy traditional Korean music with you. Now, let's make a toast. Please fill up the glass in front of you. 소성주 is a local makgeolli that can only be tasted in Incheon with 80 years of tradition. Made by fermenting rice. It is characterized by a refreshing and rich taste of sparkling. Okay. Okay, we are ready. Lastly, I'd like to invite Mr. Kyu Chang-kyo again to propose a toast. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. Dinner is ready in the hallway. I hope you enjoy your dinner and have a happy night. If you need assistance, please feel free to call any staff or volunteers. Help yourselves. 너무 수고하셨습니다. 식사 맛있게 하십시오. 감사합니다.
식사하는 거 사진 찍을 필요 없잖아요.